Buenos dias, bonjour, good morning. My name is Anne-Raphaël Audouin, and I am the chair of the Joint Public Advisory Committee for 2025. I'm very pleased to be here with you today and with my colleagues from Canada, Mexico, and the United States, hosting our first public forum of the year on building sustainable economies, circular models, and nature-based solutions for a resilient North America. I'll invite you to take your seat now. And before we begin, I would like to invite Carlos Montaño to come on stage for a traditional welcoming ceremony. Carlos?
Hola. Hola. Buenas tardes.
Good
Buenos días.
afternoon, good morning.
Bienvenidos a todos.
Welcome to all.
Saludo a sus rostros, a sus corazones.
I greet your
Bendigo los
faces,
pasos que los han
your
traído hasta
hearts,
aquí.
and I
Les doy muchas gracias
bless
a la
the steps that brought you here.
por
Thank you
permitirme
for the CC
realizar este
for
trabajo el día
allowing
de
me
hoy.
to carry out this work today,
Compartir la visión
to share the
de nuestros
vision
abuelitos
of our
que me
grandparents.
invitaron a realizar
They invited me
la
to
ceremonia de
carry out
apertura.
the opening
Y
ceremony.
antes de iniciar, me
And
gustaría
before we
contarles un
start,
poquito de
I
qué es
would
lo que
like
vamos a
to
hacer
tell you a little bit of what
para
we are
que
going to
pongamos
do
nuestra intención y nuestra
so we
energía
can put
el
our
día de hoy.
intentions and our energy
Nuestros
today.
abuelitos,
Our
todos
grandparents,
veían
all
el
of them
universo y
saw
las
the
energías
universe and the
de la misma
energies
manera. A
in the
veces les
same
llamábamos
way.
de diferente nombre,
Sometimes we
pero
called it
siempre
differently, but
honrábamos
we
al
always
Papá Sol
honored
y a la Mamita
the
Tierra y a los
Father, Son,
rumbos.
the Mother
Entonces,
Earth,
el día de hoy, en
and
nuestra
the
ceremonia,
4 points. This is
les
the
voy a
ceremony for
compartir
today.
la manera
I will share
teotihuacana
with you
de hacer el
the
saludo a las
way we
energías.
greet in the
Vamos a saludar
Teotihuacan
a las
way.
7 direcciones
We
cósmicas,
will
empezando por el este,
greet the
que es de
7
donde sale el
cosmic,
sol. Para nosotros, la
starting with
fuerza
the
creadora, la fuerza que nos
east, which
ilumina.
is the sun.
Vamos a continuar
And we will
girando
continue
hacia el norte.
going to the north.
Vamos a saludar a
And
nuestros
we will
ancestros.
greet our
Vamos a
ancestors.
continuar
We will
hacia el
continue
sur,
to the south,
saludando a la energía de la
greeting
voluntad.
the
Y
energy
vamos a
of will,
terminar hacia el
and
poniente,
we will end
saludando
on
a
to the
la
west,
energía femenina. Estas son las 4
greeting
direcciones.
the feminine energy.
Posteriormente vamos a
Later,
saludar
we will
al
greet
centro de la
the
galaxia,
center of the
que es el centro de
galaxy,
donde
which
todos salimos,
is the center from
la
which
mamita
all of us
tierra.
come, the Mother
Vamos a
Earth,
terminar
and
saludando
we
y
will
honrando nuestro
end
corazón.
honoring our
¿De
hearts.
acuerdo?
Okay?
Entonces, a los que quieran, a los que
So
me
if you
permitan,
would like,
vamos a ponernos de pie
please stand up
y vamos a girar hacia el
and
este,
let's go to
que es
the
hacia el
east,
rumbo de donde sale el
which is
sol,
where the sun
nuestro
comes up,
papito creador,
our
esa
creator,
energía natural
which
que nos
is natural
sustenta, que nos da
energy
vida,
that gives us life,
que nos muestra el
that
camino.
shows us the
Te vamos a
road.
agradecer
And we are going to
porque
thank,
estamos todos el día de
because
hoy
all of
aquí
us are here
contribuyendo
today,
a esta
contributing
expansión de la
to this
conciencia.
expansion of the
Le
conscience.
honramos
We
y le
honor,
ofrendamos
we
lo que era
offer
Tecocoli.
Tekekoli.
¿A Tecocoli?
Tekekoli.
Ahora, sin despegar su pie izquierdo,
Now, without,
vamos a girar hacia el norte, 90
we're
grados.
going to turn to the north without
Vamos a
moving your
saludar
feet.
igualmente
We will greet also
hacia esas esencias,
those essence
hacia nuestros abuelos, hacia
towards
nuestros
our
ancestros,
grandparents, our
todas esas
ancestors,
personas que
all those
estuvieron antes que
people who were
nosotros
here before
y
us,
que con mucho amor
and
nos
that
han
with
dejado
a lot of
el camino
love
marcado
have given us the
para que
road
nuestra
so
conciencia se
that
vuelva a
our
encaminar
awareness can
hacia la
go
sabiduría natural.
towards the natural
Les
knowledge.
agradecemos y honramos
We thank
y
you
les
and
ofrendamos
we
lo que era
honor you
Tecocoli.
and we give you
¿A
Tokokoli.
Tecocoli?
A Tokokoli.
Ahora igualmente, sin despegar el pie
Likewise,
izquierdo, vamos a
without
girar
lifting your left foot,
180 grados
just
hacia el
turn
sur.
180 degrees to the south,
Es el rumbo
and that
de la energía
is
para
the
nosotros del
energy
Huitzilopochtli,
for
la
us, which is
voluntad,
Lopotli, the
esa
will,
voluntad que los ha
that
traído
will
hasta aquí,
that
que
has
los ha
brought you here,
encaminado
that
a
has
seguir
guided you to continue
guerreando por la conciencia permanezca.
we're working for
Agradecemos a los
awareness
guardianes de
to
este
remain.
rumbo
We would like to
y
thank
ofrendamos
the
lo que era
guardians
Tecocoli.
and we offer tekokoli.
Coli.
Tekokoli.
Ahora vamos a girar hacia el
Now we
poniente,
will turn to the
casi
west,
la vuelta completa.
almost a complete turn.
Poniente para nosotros es
For
la
us,
energía
west
femenina,
is the feminine
la
energy,
energía de las
the
mujeres,
energy of women,
de esas guerreras
of those
que en estos
warriors
tiempos
who at this
están
time
batallando porque esa
are
energía
struggling because that energy
se neutralice
is
con la energía
neutralized
masculina.
with the masculine
Agradecemos y
energy.
honramos a la
We
energía
thank
femenina,
and honor
esa
the
energía
feminine
creadora y sustentadora.
energy,
Le ofrendamos toque de
and we
tecocoli.
offer tekokoli.
Tecocoli. Ahora vamos a girar nuevamente a la
Now
izquierda y
we
nos
will
estamos
turn to the
viendo en el
left
centro.
and we will look at the center.
Y vamos a elevar nuestras manos
And we
hacia
will
el
lift
centro
our
de la
hands
galaxia,
to the center of the galaxy,
a ese
to
gran
the
centro creador
Omoyoka,
del cual todos
that
partimos,
creator
y vamos a regresar.
from which all of us come,
Agradecemos por
and we
este
will
día
return.
que estamos aquí,
We would like to thank for this
expandiendo la
day that we are
conciencia para
here,
que
expanding
juntos como humanidad
our conscience
crezcamos
so
y
that together
florezcamos.
as humanity we can
Muchas
grow.
gracias.
Thank you.
Ofrendamos toque de tecocoli.
We offer tokokoli.
Tecocoli.
Tekokoli.
Un giro más y todos
One
nos
more
vamos a
turn,
encontrar viendo hacia el
and
frente.
we look towards the
Quien
front.
lo quiera,
And if you want to,
puede reclinarse un poquito con su rodilla hacia Madre Tierra, rodilla izquierda, rodilla
your left knee
derecha hacia el centro del universo.
and your right
Y vamos
knee
a
to the
darle
center of the
gracias a
universe.
nuestra mamita
And
tierra
we will thank our
por
Mother
todo lo que
Earth
nos da,
for
por toda
everything
su
that she
medicina,
gives us, for all her
por todo
medicine,
su amor,
for all her love.
porque a pesar de las
Because
transgresiones
even
que
though
tenemos en
we
nuestra
have
conciencia,
problems in
está para
our
darnos su
awareness,
amor,
she's here
para
to
darnos su
give us
calor,
love, to give us her
para
warmth,
mantenernos unidos
to
en
keep
una
us
gran familia
united
humana.
in a
Te
human
agradecemos y
family.
te honramos.
We
Te
thank you and we honor
ofrendamos
you,
toque de
Mother
tecocoli.
Earth. We offer you tekokoli.
Tecocoli.
A tekokoli.
Y finalmente vamos a
And
una
finally,
vueltita más a la izquierda.
one more turn to the left.
Cada vuelta que hacemos
Each turn
es una vuelta en espiral que
is
nos
a
acerca
turn
más
in
a
a
nuestro
spiral
corazón.
that
Todos
gets us
viendo
closer to
hacia el
our
frente,
heart.
por favor.
All of you looking
Y
towards the
ahora
front, please.
la séptima y última
And
dirección
the
que para
seventh
nuestros
and last
abuelitos es el
direction,
corazón,
and for the
el centro
grandparents,
creador de
is the
donde, a
heart,
partir del
the
cual generamos
creation
nuestra
from
realidad.
which we generate our
Ofrendamos, le
reality.
damos
We
gracias
offer, we
que
thank
estamos
you
aquí todos
that
juntos,
we are here
co-creando esta
together,
realidad,
co-creating this
co-creando
reality,
este amor.
co-creating this love.
Queremos
We
compartirlo con el
want
resto de
to
nuestra
share it
humanidad
with the
para
rest
que
of
juntos
humanity so that
florezcamos
together we
y
can
alcancemos
flower
lugares muy
and we
bonitos y
can
de
reach
armonía.
very nice places and places in
Le
harmony.
agradecemos
We would like to
nuestro
thank you.
corazoncito y le
We would
ofrendamos
like to
toque de
thank
tecocoli.
our heart and toque de toconcoli.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Gracias que me permiten realizar este trabajo.
Thank you for allowing me to do
Sin
this.
más, cedo la palabra a
I
quien
now pass the
desee
microphone
trabajar
to
y
whoever is
continuar
next, to whoever is
las
next,
labores. Muchas
to
gracias.
continue with our work.
Thank you very much, Carlos, for welcoming all of us to this beautiful city and getting us off on the right path. I'm always amazed. I work in the Canadian Arctic and we open events, meetings with the prayer and the lightning of what we call the Keynote, which is traditionally where Inuit people would warm their igloos by burning the oil from whales in a soapstone. And it's very emotional every time you're able to witness the lightning of Ecological. And I find what Carlos just did for us and opened us on here was very, very beautiful as well. Thank you. Our forum today will have three main components. We will kick off our session with a presentation by the CEC Executive Director, Jorge Daniel Tallien, followed by a keynote presentation by Danielle Holy, Executive Lead for North America, Ellen MacArthur Foundation in the USA. And then we will have three main sessions. The first one is nature-based solutions, ecological regeneration, and economic opportunities. The second session is on circular economy, closing material cycles and creating sustainable systems. And then our third session will include a facilitated dialogue on building sustainable economies together for resilient North America. As customary, we are also going to hear an overview of the submission on enforcement matter process, better known as SEM, which is a public participation mechanism, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, that allows individuals and organizations in North America to raise concerns or questions about the effective enforcement of environmental laws by the governments of Canada, Mexico, and the USA. The event will also include an intervention from the facilitator of our traditional ecological knowledge expert group, which is composed of 9 volunteer Indigenous representatives from the 3 countries. I'm very pleased to mention that our event is being webcast live simultaneously in Spanish, English, and French. As some of you may know, JPAC has made extensive use of electronic tools to ensure citizens and participants from all 3 countries, regardless of their location or language, can participate and can have access to timely information on North American environmental issues. We are also going to be launching a series of polls throughout the day, which you can access via the QR code that is found on the tables. You have some butterflies, some cubes, and on each of those you have QR codes. If you want to participate live into the polls that we will be running, you have to scan the QR code and vote, participate in sending questions, etc. So I invite you to locate those cubes and butterflies and participate actively throughout the day. For those of you unfamiliar with JPAC, allow me to give you a few explanatory remarks. JPAC is composed of 9 volunteer citizens, 3 appointed by each party or each country. Our mandate is to provide advice to the Council, consisting of the cabinet-level environment ministers of the 3 countries in North America. And we cover any matter within the scope of the Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, ECA, and perform any functions that the Council may direct us to take on. Our vision, JPAC's vision, is to promote continental cooperation in ecosystem protection and sustainable economic development, and to ensure active public participation and transparency in the actions of the Commission. The members share a commitment to preserve and enhance the North American environment and to achieve a sustainable society. We work by consensus as independent individuals who contribute diverse institutional experience and cultural perspectives. We typically meet with the public about twice a year, rotating among the 3 countries. And today's meeting is the one that is held in conjunction with the annual session of the Council, which will take place tomorrow. Since the creation of the CEC in 1994, the members of the Joint Public Advisory Committee, JPAC, have played a key role by providing the Council and the Secretariat with valuable expertise, guidance, and strategic direction. The JPAC chair, which is my honor to occupy this role this year, also participates in meetings of the alternate representatives throughout the year to provide update on JPAC activities, and the full committee meets with the Council once a year during an in-camera session, which will also take place tomorrow. Now, after this introduction on our mandate and the work that we conduct, I'd like to offer an opportunity to my colleagues from the JPAC and from the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Expert Group to introduce themselves briefly, if you can. So I think there's a microphone. We're going to be going from Luis Alfonso. Go ahead.
Hola, buenos días a todos y a todas. Encantado de estar con ustedes.
Good morning.
Mi
It's a
nombre
pleasure
es
to be
Luis
with you.
Alfonso
My name is
Álvarez.
Luis Alfonso
Soy
Argüelles.
originario del
I
sureste.
am from the
Actualmente
southeast.
vivo en Quintana Roo.
I live in
Formo
Quintana Roo.
parte
I am part
del consejo
of
como
the
uno de los
council
miembros
as one of the Mexican members
de esta institución.
of this institution.
Toda mi vida he trabajado
All my
en temas de
life, I have
desarrollo
worked
regional
in
forestal,
regional development, forestry regional
trabajando mucho
development,
en el tema de
working very hard
vincular comunidades
on
del
linking
consejo forestal
communities
con
that
empresas
do
interesadas
forestry management
comprar
in
sus
companies
productos.
who are interested in
Actualmente
buying
me
their products.
desempeño como
And I currently
representante
work as
nacional
national
del sistema de
representative of
certificación
the
FSC,
certification
que se encarga
process,
desde
FCCC,
la
which
certificación del
goes
manejo
from
ambiental responsable
the
hasta la trazabilidad de los
responsible
productos hasta que
management
lleguen al
of
consumidor.
the
Encantado de
product
estar con ustedes desde
and
el principio.
until they reach all the way to the consumer. It's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you.
Malokim, Hachkim, Akim, Wolin, Wilkesh, Tunoskahil, México, Tushan, Jejelas, Chival, Jejelas, Anob, Shan, Yang, Tunoskahil, México. Bueno, pues muy buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi corazón salta de alegría.
My heart is jumping with joy to greet you in this beautiful country, multicultural, multilinguistic, with live cultures of this beautiful country which is called Mexico. I'm Cecia Kuchuk. I'm an anthropologist, and I work for more than 32 years in Maya communities in the peninsula de Yucatan. In the last 10 years, I have been working collecting the youth and the children with this cultural heritage that we have of the tropical jungles. And specifically, I work in the rescue of the bees together with the native flora. I work with communities and with children to show them the love and the knowledge, and that cultural landscape does not disappear, and that it could be a strength for the future. So I am part of the council on behalf of Mexico, and I am in the northern indigenous part of Campeche, where I work of the Esfera de Peteras. I am very honored to be part of the council, and that my philosophy also can also be projected for the problems of the three countries in North America until we see another sun.
Good morning, Piva Ishiv. My name is Gail Small in English and Vihonat in Northern Cheyenne. I come from Lame Deer, Montana, which is in the far corner of southeast Montana near Wyoming. My tribe, our Northern Cheyenne, we call ourselves the Tisistas Na Sutta. Our history is having defeated Custer at the Battle of the Little Bighorn in 1876. We're very proud to be known as the Fighting Cheyennes. I'm an environmental lawyer and work with the tribes throughout the United States to protect our environment and our homeland for future generations. It's an honor to be here with each one of you. Thank you.
Yo soy Chanea Quechemalea. Muy buenas tardes. Bonjour. Good morning, everyone. My name is Octaviana Trujillo. I am JPAC member representing the United States. I am Professor Emerita of Applied Indigenous Studies from Northern Arizona University, former chairwoman of the Pasquayaqui Tribe of Arizona, and currently board president for ARANET, America's Research Network, and also on the board for La Alianza Fronteras in Arizona. Thank you.
Muy buenos días a todas, a todos.
Good morning.
Un placer estar con
It is a
ustedes en
pleasure to
este
be
foro.
here with
Mi
you
nombre
in
es
this
Esteban
forum.
Escamilla
My
Prado.
name is
Soy
Esteban
integrante del
Escamillo
Comité
Prado.
Consultivo
I'm a
Público
member of
Conjunto
the
de México.
JPAC for
Soy
Mexico.
profesor de la
I'm
Universidad Autónoma de
professor at the
Chapingo. Soy
Autonomous
ingeniero agrónomo
University
con
of
un doctorado en
Chapingo. I'm
agroecosistemas
a
tropicales.
agriculture
Mi
engineer.
pasión
My
de vida ha sido el
passion, my
café desde
life
una
has been
perspectiva integral y
coffee, and
sustentable.
it's a
El café
sustainable,
no es
comprehensive,
los pequeños campesinos
and
indígenas.
this is
No he nacido un
cultivated
responsable de
or
este cultivo. También soy productor de
I'm
café
also
orgánico
producer of
en
organic
Veracruz, donde
coffee
se
in
comercializa
Veracruz,
en el comercio
where we
justo.
sell
Y soy parte de
in a
una
just
pequeña
trade.
cooperativa que se
And I'm
llama Método
a small
Amarillo, donde hemos tenido
cooperative,
trabajo
which we
colectivo.
call it
Y bueno, estamos
Yellow
aquí a la
Coffee,
orden.
and we're
Gracias.
here at your service. Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Thank you. My name is Bob Varney. I'm from the state of New Hampshire, not too far from the Canadian border, where I had worked with local governments in planning and development for many years before becoming the state's environmental commissioner, where I served under 3 governors of both political parties over a 12-year period. I then moved on to the EPA and headed up the EPA for the 6 New England states and served in that capacity for 8 years. And for the past 15 years, I've been in the private sector where I'm president of an environmental science consulting firm that works primarily on wildlife-related issues and permitting and compliance, protecting wildlife, endangered species, wetlands, and habitat. So I've had a career that's been at the very local level to global levels in terms of different positions I've been on over the years. Have served also on several environmental groups, national and regional. And it's really been a pleasure to have served on the JPAC and prior to that, the U.S. Government Advisory Committee in the early days of this organization. And I've witnessed firsthand the many good things that have happened during this time frame of bringing the 3 countries together, collaborating, cooperating, finding new ways to do things better, sharing experiences and developing a strong bond so that the 3 countries are looking at each other as one unit, one area for the best of all for both our people and our environment. Thank you.
What he said. Buenos dias, bonjour, hi. I'm Felicia Marcus. I'm another U.S. JPAC member. And like Bob, I've worked at the federal, state, and local level on environmental issues for many years, as well as in the nonprofit world. I'm currently at Stanford University as a visiting fellow in the Water in the West program, where I work on issues ranging from water flow to access to drinking water to contamination, et cetera, the whole range of water issues that affect people with a focus on the West. I also work on climate adaptation at a more global level, including nature-based solutions, which you'll get a chance to hear about a little bit later. Honored to be here. Always love seeing so many of you. Good to see many familiar faces and many new ones.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Hodgson-Smith. I am a representative on the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Expert Group for Canada. I've been here for about, a few years now, and learning about the important work that CEC does and the opportunities that it can create for Indigenous peoples and communities. I am a citizen of the Red River Métis in Canada, one of Canada's Indigenous peoples. I am currently working in private practice as a lawyer. I represent local Indigenous people in an effort to assist them to practice their traditional way of life. I've worked in national and international environmental policy for about 25 years through the CBD, the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the World Intellectual Property Organization. and with my national Métis Nation government, as it was then, for many years in national policy. So it's an honor to be here with you today, and I look forward to hearing your perspectives today. Thank you so much.
Es un gusto estar aquí con
It's a
ustedes.
pleasure to be here with you. My name is María del Pilar García Hernández. I'm a member of the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Group from Mexico. And my work, my environmental work, I'm a craftsperson, and I belong to a site that is called Tlacapasco Hidalgo in the state of Puebla, where we are
de la Matlalcuella,
the Malantacuella Malinci, and we are the voice, we are the guardians of that mountain, and with the whole environmental experience that dates from the defense of the territory. We are currently forming, and I belong to a network, a national network of forestry organization of women who are in this forestry sector, and we are protecting these ecosystems. And when we talk about forest, when they talk about men, but women are the users of those forestry resources, from the collection of medicinal plants, the collection of forestry products, which are not wood products that we use, and which has been given to us in a lot of the ancestral knowledge. From there to the defense of the territory, and as a craftsperson, this is, I can say, those who acquire our crafts, we can tell you that we have to protect our spaces, the environment, and all the ecosystems. Thank you very much.
Buenos días, mi nombre es
Good
Amelia
morning,
Reina
my name
Montero
is
Gijón,
Amelia
mujer
Reina
náhuatl
Montero
del
Gijón.
Estado
I
de
am a
México,
Nahuatl woman
mujer
from the state of
medicina,
Mexico.
médica
I am a
tradicional
medicine woman
primeramente,
with
agradecida
traditional
por ser
medicine.
portadora
I'm
del don.
thankful for being given that gift.
Aquí dentro de la CCA formo parte de
Within the
las tres
CEC, I'm
integrantes del
part of
grupo
the
de
three
expertos de
members of
conocimiento ecológico
experts
tradicional.
of TEK, Traditional
He
Ecological
trabajado,
Knowledge, and I
entre
have
otras
worked
cosas, en
in
parte
many
de
areas
representar a México ante la OMPI, en el
representing
organismo
Mexico
público de la propiedad
with
intelectual,
the
visibilizando todo lo que
Intellectual
tiene que ver
Property
con nuestros saberes,
Organization,
conocimientos, tejidos
contributing
y
with
todo lo demás,
all of our
para que
traditional
no sea
knowledge,
sustraído
so
de
it
nuestras
will not
comunidades
be deleted
indígenas.
from
Parte
our
también de esto,
indigenous
en mi comunidad,
communities.
formo parte
I am also part
de esta
in my
responsabilidad
community
de
of
cuidar los
this
bosques,
responsibility to take
tala
care
y
of
muchas
our
cosas
forests
que se llevan a cabo en el
from
bosque.
logging
Hoy
or
estamos
any other
empezando a
activities.
emprender
We're
las
now
nuevas
starting
artesanías con los
to
productos que
do
tenemos
new
dentro del
arts
bosque
and
que nos
crafts
regala
with
para
all
poder hacer una
of the
economía
products we
circular
get from
y
the
poder
wood, so we
tener
can have a
mayores
circular
ingresos.
economy and we
Por
can
otra
do
parte,
more
soy
things.
abogada
I'm
con
also
especialidad
a
en derecho
lawyer
urbano y
with
urbanismo,
a
que lo estoy
specialty
encaminando
in
hacia la
urban
cosmovisión
design,
indígena dentro
and
de
I
las
am
grandes urbes.
aligning
Un
that
placer,
to our
espero
world
que
vision
todos
in big
ustedes nos
cities.
nutran con mucho
I
conocimiento
am
para que
open
nos
to
llevemos más cosas
receiving
y podamos
knowledge
tener más
from you
fuerza
so
para
we
poder
can
defender
become
todo esto.
stronger to
Muchas
defend
gracias, clase automático.
our heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for introducing yourselves. As you can see, we're a group of very passionate and dedicated folks with lots of broad experience in the environmental cooperation and protection field. So thank you to my colleagues for your participation, your continued engagement, and your participation throughout the day here. So just a few logistic comments. Throughout the event, there are 3 ways that you'll be able to ask a question. Number 1, you can raise your hand during the Q&A session, and our staff will hand you a microphone. Number 2, you can write your question on a piece of paper, and again, our staff will pass by and pick them up. And your third option to ask a question is to access the online form, again, via the QR code that's located on the different tables you're sitting at. For those of you who are joining us online, please use the Q&A box on Zoom. Please also note that you'll be able to interact by participating in our polls throughout the day. For that, we will share QR codes on the screen, and you will be able to use the one on the table as well. You'll be able to share your contact information with other participants, should you wish to do that, to stay in communication with other attendees. Before I introduce the CEC Executive Director, I would like now to launch our first poll. And I believe it's going to appear on the screen. I'll read you the question. Where are you joining us from? Please select the option that applies to you. We want to know where you're from. Canada, USA, or Mexico. And I will read the results of the poll after the intervention. I would now like to introduce CEC's Executive Director, Jorge Daniel Taliant. He is a lifelong global advocate for human rights and environmental protection. His career spans several decades working with international development agencies as an advisor to governments, leading innovative civil society organizations and networks, and with disadvantaged communities to tackle some of the world's most pressing environmental challenges. He has spearheaded incisive global initiatives to link human rights and environmental advocacy, pushing for more effective public policies, stronger legislation, and greater corporate accountability and respect for human rights and environmental sustainability. During the past decade, he has turned his focus to tackling the triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, advocating for immediate actions to aggressively phase out the most intense climate pollutants, while promoting inclusive, equitable, and resilient adaptation for the most climate vulnerable and disadvantaged communities. Please join me in welcoming Daniel to the floor.
Just the other day, I went for a walk through the very beautiful urban forest in front of my home in Montreal with my daughter, Angelina. And she pointed to fungus growing at the base of the tree and said, "Dad, do you know that fungus throughout this entire forest is communicating with itself? Through an intricate network of chemical signals, not only fungi, but trees and plants, and of course, birds and insects and other animals talk to each other. They talk to each other about their environment, about opportunities for nourishment, about the dangers and predators that they face. They're probably talking about us, humans. My children, our youth, are always challenging me to think outside of the box. My son, Ulysses, turned to me and said recently, "Here, read this, Dad." And he handed me a book about black holes and quantum physics. Most of it went completely over my head. But a few things were extremely intriguing. One of them has to do with the agency of simply perceiving our world. Our physical world, planet, changes by the mere fact that we perceive it, that we choose to look at it. We are an inseparable part of the world that we perceive. That is the power of the mind. Everything is interrelated. It's interdependent. It's interconnected. We are profoundly entangled with everything around us. And so what we do, what we think, what we perceive, it all matters because it influences and it shapes the world around us. And the world around us, the trees in our parks, in our forests, the animals in our lands, and the fish in our rivers and oceans, they have agency and they have determination. The most intelligent Western physicists, the likes of Albert Einstein, Niels Bohr, Werner, Heisenberg, you see I've been reading the book that my son gave me, Max Planck, they've written hundreds of pages about our physical and metaphysical relationship with nature and with the universe. Well, Indigenous peoples, they've known about this for a long time. It's not some new intellectual theory of physics. They've been reflecting on this relationship for tens of thousands of years. In their cosmovision, Indigenous peoples, they speak of linearity. They have long understood the concept that all things are interconnected, that we are not separate from our environment or from nature, but that we are an integral part of something much, much larger. We are our environment, and our environment is us. And so how we interact with all of the elements of our environment matters. The living, the non-living, the human, and the non-human, all of it matters. Our actions, our perceptions, and our place define our environment. They define us. And the more we can understand this critical, very critical relational worldview, the better things will go for us. The better things will go for our environment. The better things will go for our land, our water, and our air. Respect, care, reciprocity between people and nature are the pillars of a healthy, vibrant, and sustainable existence. The question that we have to ask ourselves is, how can we collectively engage with this interconnected nature of life to better live, to better relate, to better coexist with our environment, and ultimately with ourselves? The theme of this council session is circularity and nature-based solutions. Embedded in this theme is the idea that life is circular and interconnected, that nature is not separate from us. It is not over there somewhere, over in Chapultepec. It's not in some other national forest or in a municipal park. Nature is here. It's all around us. We are in nature, and nature is us. It's the insects and the birds that roam through our streets and in the trees, and it's those trees that give us shade, and those trees that fight for fresh air just like we do. We are part of an interconnected web of living and non-living organisms. What you do to nature, you do to yourself. Your well-being and your prosperity are only as strong as nature is healthy. And damaging any part of the environment harms all of the environment and harms you. Stewarding, protecting any part of our environment benefits the environment and benefits you. Since our last council session last year in North Carolina, the world order has changed. Presumptions that many of us took for given and for granted about our society and where it was headed, about the politics of our society, about the economics of our society, and most importantly for this gathering, about the environmental sustainability of our models of development are today shifting. They are changing. Political alliances, economic alliances, trade alliances, and yes, also environmental alliances are being reshuffled. They're being deconstructed and reconstructed. We are in a changing environment, and that happens all the time. But you know what hasn't changed? That our socioeconomic models are failing. What hasn't changed is the unsustainable pollution trajectory that we are on. What hasn't changed is the fourfold increase of temperature in the Arctic region. What hasn't changed is the accelerated melt of glaciers all around the world, which are rising our seas, which are increasing our heat, which are disrupting global ocean and air currents and causing extreme weather events all over the world. That's not changing. What hasn't changed are the recurring droughts, the deadly wildfires, the flooding, all of which are trending much, much worse and more frequent than ever before. And that's causing billions and billions of dollars of impacts that are hitting the most climate vulnerable and nature as well. What hasn't changed is the die-off of biodiversity. that's taking us to the sixth mass extinction. And whether your belief system is grounded in the Bible, New or Old Testament, the Quran, or the Popol Vuh, or even quantum physics, our earthly climate is changing. The science is clear on this. It's changing naturally, and it's also changing anthropogenically. Each 1/10 of a degree of further warming is taking us to trigger irreversible tipping points that are increasing vulnerability, suffering, and also costs. Each increment in climate and biodiversity failure brings us to the edge, and it sets off more and more suffering. So the real question is not what is happening. We know what is happening. The question is what we're doing about it and whether we can change our course towards a better destination. We are indeed still in the driver's seat and able to change that course. And we are able to create a better and more sustainable environment. This 32nd council session of the CC is about rethinking our place and our role vis-a-vis our ecosystems. It's about rethinking and reconfiguring outdated sustainable and unsustainable development models, which have proven to be ineffective. It's a challenge for us and for you to begin to deconstruct and reconstruct in a more sustainable way. It's about putting nature and sustainability and relationality front and center. It's a proposition to consume more wisely. It's a call to use, reuse, repurpose, and redirect. It's a plea, and it should be a plea for all of us, to work in harmony with nature, not against her, and not against ourselves. The type of cooperative work and trilateral work that we do from the CC, that's your work, and our collective work as North America, has never been more important than it is today. Created 30 years ago, the CC is integral to NAFTA, now called CUSMA. We are 3 countries focused on North America, our region, and we have an identity. There are 3 main bodies to the CC. The Council is the first, which is the governing council, that's our ministers. The Secretariat, which I represent here, and that's the team that works and sits in Montreal, the technical staff. And it's the JPAC. This is the council that advises, this is the advisory body that advises the council. This is you. This is you, and it's important to recognize that you are a constituent body of the CC. I also want to recognize the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Experts Group that's here with us today that also advises the council. And this is the one time that the council comes together with all of its constituent bodies. And we meet to discuss our North American environment, to reassess where we've been, where we are at today, where we're going, and where we want to be. And this forum is specifically, the JPAC Forum, is a space where the public prepares its advice to the council. The exchanges that take place here today will be gathered, they will be recorded and reflected on and by the CC's governing body. It's you who tell the council what is important. It's you who tell the CC what is important to focus on. You tell the parties what the trilateral environmental priorities should be. We need to hear from you. The council needs to hear from you. Your input will help define our trilateral collaboration at a moment where we are developing our next strategic plan that will take us through the next 5 years at such an incredible and important moment. Tomorrow, during the CC's in-camera session, the closed-door session, your delegates, the people that you were just introduced to, will be speaking to the council. So if you don't get a moment to contribute to the conversations in public, meet them during the coffee break, meet them at lunchtime, talk to them, send them your message because they will be sending that message to the council. Everything that leads up to that moment and to this moment and the discussions that are ongoing and the work that you're doing, it matters, it has agency. And so while you're here, while you deliberate, while you share your experiences, I invite you to think hard, not only about your work, but how we need to steer this space. That's why you've come to Mexico City to meet with us, to talk to each other, and to meet with the council. You need to define what you want our future to look like, because what you say matters. It influences us and the people around us and our leaders. And so now I welcome you to continue with this 30-second council session and turn the floor back over to Ana Rafael. Thank you so, so much.
Merci beaucoup, Daniel. Your remarks just made me think of something. I have 3 young kids at home. I'm sure a lot of you have children as well. And I remember as they were growing up, the moment that they could walk, they would go towards the door. They would crave that connection with nature. They would crave that ability to be grounded and walking in the snow, in the dirt, in the water. And specifically to what Daniel said, I think as humans, we crave that connection. But as we grow older, we tend to lose it a bit. And I don't know why, I don't know how that happens. But having those conversations and gathering in that space and in that place today, I think brings us back to that core value that we all have, which is to be grounded and to feel like one with nature. So thank you for those remarks. Okay, so now I would like to show the results of the first poll. Where are you all from? Okay, no surprise here, I think. More than half of you are from Mexico. Thank you for participating and thank you for welcoming us to your beautiful city and country. Now, before I introduce Danielle Holy, our next speaker, I would like to launch the second poll, which is going to appear on the screen. In one word, what is the main advantage of connecting circular economy and nature-based solutions? The responses to your input will appear as a word cloud after Danielle's intervention. So without further ado, I am pleased to introduce Danielle Holy, who is the executive lead for North America at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation in the United States. Danielle is focused on building the momentum for circular economy in the US and Canada and leading the North America team. Prior to joining the foundation, Danielle's work for more than a decade involved the intersection of business and environmental impact through her leadership roles in the Business and Society program of the Aspen Institute and at Common Impact, a non-for-profit that pioneered corporate pro bono service. Danielle, the floor is yours.
Buenos dias. Hello. It is such a pleasure to be here today, a privilege really, which I knew coming in, but has become so apparent in just the brief opening and introductions of the folks in the room. My name is Danielle Holly. I lead the Ellen MacArthur Foundation in North America, and I have spent my career at the intersection of corporate and nonprofit and public sector partnerships. And so rooms like this are what inspire me. I'm always so incredibly inspired by the opportunity that exists when we look beyond our roles, our job descriptions, and our sector lines and figure out what we can do together. The Ellen MacArthur Foundation, if you haven't heard of this organization, was founded about 15 years ago to build a thriving economic system that eliminates waste and pollution, that circulates products and materials at their highest and best value, and that regenerates nature. And today we'll talk, and we already have, in depth around what the circular economy is, what nature-based solutions are. And at their essence, Jorge said it so nicely, at their essence, circular economy and nature-based solutions are both about reconnecting with the planet and figuring out how to make the most out of the resources that this earth has given us and that we need to thrive as people, that our economic systems need to thrive. There is enough food to feed the world's people. There is enough energy to drive the technology that we need to live. There's enough land for all of us to live comfortably. But the way that we are currently using our resources, where we extract material from the earth, create products, that we use for an increasingly short amount of time and throw them in landfills is creating the multiple crises Jorge talked about. I do think that in some ways, when we talk about the circular economy, it can sound really high level and systems oriented and a bit impersonal. So just want to welcome us to think a bit about our days so far, right? It's not even 10 o'clock yet. Think about the things that you've thrown out so far today, the wrapper around the soap in your hotel room, though not this hotel actually, which is quite sustainable. The plastic lid that's on your coffee cup. I, as someone who cares deeply about not using single-use plastics, was searching desperately for a water bottle or water this morning. And I have a plastic non-recyclable water bottle in my bag right now, right? It is very hard to avoid the choices that in many ways drive the linear economy and the waste that we are seeing. Think about all this stuff. I think there's also the tech, right, that we have around us, the computer, the technology that is more durable, but also ends up in landfills. And we'll talk a bit about tech in a bit. Some of this stuff that we have, we don't need, right? We've been wired to think that we do. Most of it are things that can be used again if in the design process, we thought about what is the second life? What does the third and fourth life look like of all of this material? And nearly all of these things, really nearly all of these things can be circulated back into our system with the right policies and infrastructure and behavior from both businesses and individuals. But it requires a real rewiring of our systems. It requires us to decouple revenue and business growth from production. It requires us to incentivize the circulation of resources. How can we get consumers and individuals to be inclined to figure out what that second life of their product is or where it goes that is not the recycle bin, the trash bin? And we want to do that while driving economic growth, right? The circular economy is about economic growth as well. It's not about shrinking our economy, but it is about using our resources in a better way. There's a lot of opportunity and I know I'm preaching to the choir when I look at this room in many ways. There's a lot of opportunity for many of the challenges that we've already talked about today in the circular economy. From an economic standpoint, it's at least a $1 trillion economic opportunity. There is supply chain resilience and adaptation benefits that we're already realizing and need to lean into. And then from an environmental perspective, the circular economy can help alleviate 90% of our biodiversity loss and 45% of our greenhouse gas emissions. 45% of our emissions comes from the products and the materials and the food that we produce. A lot of our conversation on climate and emissions lives in the energy economy, but the circular economy and the stuff that we produce is such a large part, an important part of that conversation. Nature-based solutions is intricately connected with the circular economy. I said at the top that one of Ellen MacArthur's core principles is about regenerating nature. And that is very much about learning, listening to and learning from nature. The Biomimicry Institute, which is an organization that asks us to listen and mimic nature and nature-based solutions, says nature's strategies honed over millennia can teach us how to solve our biggest problems. Nature is a lot smarter than us. It has been around for a lot longer. I remember I've learned this over the years. When I was earlier in my career, I had just stepped into a role leading an organization that was working at cross-sector partnerships. I was in my early 30s, and The woman who was chair of my board was a woman named Catherine Collins, who was also a board member for the Biomimicry Institute. And she later went on to write the book, The Nature of Investing. Her work has focused on sustainable investment and bringing essentially the principles of nature into investing and profit making. And when I was stepping into that role, the organization tried to marry corporate and nonprofit and public sector goals, which, as you all know in this room, is not always an easy thing to do. And so when I was in the throes of it and I would go to her for advice, she would always say to me, listen to nature, right? When you have different stakeholders at the table, you have competing priorities at the table, think about the systems that are within nature that would tell us what to do. And at the time, I kind of looked at her awry, right? I went to business school. I was brought up to learn that you don't look at nature, you look at data and you look at fancy PowerPoints and you look at a bunch of documents to figure out what to do. But in the years that followed, I've really come back to that guidance. Time and time again, it really helps you cut through the noise to think about what is the very natural and human way that we can approach this problem when we take away our titles and our roles. And it really always works. And it always works in nature. You know, some of the big examples I think of are our forests, which are our most effective carbon sequestration method. We are all working so hard to reduce our carbon footprint. We have the answer in front of us, but instead of leaving those forests standing, we are cutting them down, and we are producing with our deforestation efforts more than 13% of our greenhouse gas emissions. So we are taking a very natural system that is meant to pull carbon from the atmosphere, and instead we are pushing it into the skies. Our coral and oyster reefs are our best defense against land flooding. And I know this is true across North America. If you live in the United States, it feels like every week there is now a headline of a corner, a community, a city that is underwater because of intense rainfall and flooding. And we have natural protections in our oceans to support that. Even in the New York Cities of the world, we have reefs and canyons outside of our landmass that help protect the water. And instead of protecting those reefs, we're allowing the destruction and degradation through pollutants and unsustainable fishing. These are just two examples, but we need to learn from and mimic what happens naturally in the world, and also let the world be, let nature be, as Jorge said. And there are ways that species interact with each other, the ways that our lands adapt to the changing weather and the changing climate, the way Indigenous people view the land as partner, not something to extract and use and throw out. And this movement, the circular economy movement, you know, since we at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation have been at this game for about 15 years, we've seen a lot of progress and a lot of momentum. We see 75% of businesses recognizing circular economy as important, and 55% have circular economy targets. This is on their dashboards. This was unheard of. Even just 5 years ago, we've made so much progress. 75 countries, actually, I think now it's closer to 80, have circular economy roadmaps. That means that cities and governments are working together with industry within regions to progress the circular economy. It is embedded in our curriculum and higher education, which is as we create those mindsets around what we look at, whether it's PowerPoint charts or nature, in terms of how we're making our decisions, right? That's what really matters. That's the top of the funnel for us. And then material flows and investment flows. 225 million tons of material flows have shifted from linear to circular. And this is the dimension that gives me great hope, is that capital flow and investment is up 87%. at more than $140 billion in total capital. And that's just over the past 10 years. But with all of this, the gap is still widening and actually is, we were at a circular economy of about 9% of the overall GDP a couple of years ago. That went down to 7.4. Now it's 6.9. Still far too small, right? Even at that top of 9%, far too small than what we need. What this means is that most of the material that's going into our system right now are virgin materials, and most of where those virgin materials go when they're done with their first life is into a landfill. And this is not because, as I've just shared, right? This is not because there's a lack of interest. There's actually growing investment. There's growing capital flows and conversation and targets around circular economy, but we're not keeping up with the pace of extraction. The North America opportunity is real, and it was wonderful to see the graph of who's in the room, right? Great representation across all three countries. We have 6% of the world's population, 15% of the world's landmass, but a disproportionate percent of its GDP, 25% of the world's GDP, and 33% of the global tech and innovation capability. So we have a disproportionate opportunity to define the economic and innovation agenda. But we also are a disproportionate contributor to the challenge. We have, across our three countries, the second highest greenhouse gas emission in the world. We produce 12% of the world's trash. We have a significant biodiversity crisis. In the US alone, 34% of plants and 40% of animals are at risk. This is a beautiful picture. It is one of the world's largest gold mines. And what we use these mines for right now is extraction. So it takes an incredible amount of effort, energy, people resource, and health capacity to mine 1 ton of ore out of a gold mine like this. And for all of that effort, it's estimated to yield about 10 grams of gold, which is about the size of a wedding band, right? Like the size of a ring. And this is a pile of e-waste. E-waste is the fastest growing waste stream in the world and certainly in North America. And this is a literal gold mine. This is our kind of current day gold mine. If we were to mine this e-waste for gold, it could yield up to 350 grams out of that same 1 ton, which is about 31 times the amount. So this is an excellent example. We work a lot on, and in partnership with the CEC, a lot on solving e-waste in North America. If we were to rewire our systems and the thinking of the source of our materials to focus on what's in our landfills versus what's in our earth, we would have economic advantage and also environmental advantage. I want to talk to you about plastics, which I'm feeling particularly guilty about right now, given my water bottle scenario this morning. Of the 78 million tons of plastics, virgin plastics, that are fed into our systems every year, only 14% of those plastics are collected to be recycled. And only 4% of them are actually recycled. And so the work that we all do to walk up to our garbage cans and make sure that we are putting the right plastics and the right materials in the right recycle bins, a lot of that plastic right now is not actually seeing a second use and a second life because of the infrastructure that we lack because of the education that we lack and because of the way we're designing our systems. So I think particularly for this room, we've been talking about what ends up in landfills, right? This is also leaking into our environment, into our ecosystem, of course, into our oceans in 2050. There will be more plastic than fish in the ocean, which is just wild to think about. But it starts with things like this, right? The lid of our coffee or a spoon like this. This was designed, the handle, the material choice, the color, all the dimensions that make it easily produced and distributed and branded and used, where it was sourced, the chemicals that were used to color it, the machine that pressed the polymer sheets together, how it's boxed, how it's shipped, how it's used, where it can be thrown out. All of these are actually design decisions that happen upstream. And so a lot of the circular economy conversation that we have is about landfills and waste and recycling. And that is actually a last resort for the circular economy. We need to move the conversation up to design so that we're avoiding that waste in the end. And having consumers and individuals and businesses all think about those design decisions is a bit of a hidden solution, right? We can see the landfills, we can see the waste piling up, but we can't see design. And that is, it's encouraging when we think about academic institutions and universities starting to have more circular economy curriculum, because as we are shaping professions, we need to incorporate design and circular design into everything that we do. So I'll close with sharing that I think one piece of wisdom that a Wall Street economist and folks that are leading the nature-based solutions space, which are usually very different worlds, very different circles, will all tell you that systems, as we're building systems, we can't optimize for a single dimension and expect that system to thrive. We can't simply optimize for profit or power of success or one product, industry, region, or country. No one point of view, no one sector, business, or government has the full perspective we need to help our economic and environmental system thrive. And that's very intuitive when you think about it, but it's not how our systems are designed to work right now. We are often singularly focused on one organizational metric or one business metric in the worlds that we operate in. We really need to tap into the full wisdom of our rooms, our cities, our countries. We need to learn from young people. I see some young people in this room and those that are in our lives that still understand the wonder of the world, that knows what the fungus on the bottom of those trees are doing and are interested in it and are leaning into that and are much more open to crossing the artificial lines and boundaries that we've erected for ourselves. So I say that recognizing that in this moment, collaboration and looking across those lines can feel hard, particularly in North America. But as someone who has always loved numbers as much as I love nature, I share with you that it is statistically proven that there is more that unites us than divides us, and that actually the things that we have in common and believe similarly they far outweigh the things that divide us, and we focus in headlines on the things that divide us. And so I just want to thank JPAC again for bringing us together, because it's rooms like this where this sort of conversation happens. So I would just encourage you to think about, who do you not know here, right? Who can you learn from? How can you be open to thinking about what you bring back to your desks? And I hope you have a wonderful time and create those new connections and think about your own behavior and your own next steps. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Danielle. Great intervention. As I think I said, I live and work in the Canadian Arctic, and it's a place that is so pristine, so remote, And yet it's a place where permafrost is melting, disappearing, and a place where we now find microplastics in the flesh of caribou and in the flesh of Arctic char. So there's no place on Earth really where pollution hasn't made its way. It's a sad observation, but I think, again, I want to thank Danielle for the work of the foundation. It's absolutely critical and really amazing. Many of you have sent us some questions for Danielle, but we are running a bit behind time. And so to catch up on the agenda, we're offering that we share those questions with her offline, and also that you take the opportunity to connect with her during the break and throughout the day. I will now like to show the results from the second poll that should be on the screen now. And again, in one word, what was, in your view, the main advantage of connecting circular economy and nature-based solution? And this is what we call a word cloud. And as you can see, sustainability is definitely the winner here in terms of what comes to most of us when we're asked that question. Now I would like to welcome my colleague and friend, Felicia Marcus, please, to the stage, as well as the panelists for our first session on nature-based solutions, ecological regeneration, and economic opportunities. As we wait for Felicia and the panelists to join me on stage, I would like to launch the third poll, again, which is going to appear on the screen. The question posed to you now is, what do you think is the main aspect to consider to strengthen nature-based solutions in North America? You have a few options, so it's a vote type poll. Options: single or multi-select, supportive public policies and regulation, or access to financing and investment, or Indigenous and local community leadership, and finally, and/or cross-sector partnerships. So as we have been doing after this session, I will be showing the results on the screen, but now I would like to pass over the microphone to our first panel and to Felicia, the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anne Raphael. And thank you all for being here. I'm very happy to be here with you. Where we're bringing a discussion about how environmental issues and economic issues go together. For so many, I'd say decades, there's been a false sense or a false dialogue that the economy and the environment are at odds, when in fact nothing could be further from the truth. And the elevation, again, albeit slower than one might like, et cetera, of nature-based solutions as part of a circular economy, let alone the issue of circular economy, have both risen to a level of dialogue and discussion that is far broader than it used to be. And yet still, we talk about these things in silos. One of the things that's wonderful, I think, about the panel that the CEC has brought together today is that we have representatives from different aspects of the issues coming together to talk about that commonality. May have different language at some times, even in English or in Spanish or in French, if that's your lingua franca. But they're talking about some of the same things. And yet the dialogues are very separate. So I'm very happy to be here and appreciative of the CEC of putting this together as one of the things that has been important to me in my career as I've worked through the early days of the recycling movement in the 80s at the local level and have worked on nature-based solutions more recently as a practitioner, as a student of it, as a writer of it. And so it's a great personal pleasure to be here. But a moment to say thank you, Danielle, for your presentation. There were parts of it that were chilling, and the data is important, but the sentiment and the work that you've done over the years in bringing the business sector into this dialogue is so important, because in some ways they're driving it more than people outside the business sector even know, and we'll hear about that in this panel. And then finally, because it is my moment at the last opportunity I have at the microphone, I also want to thank Jorge Daniel, just so that everybody knows what I'm talking about, for his incredible work as the executive director of the CEC bringing his incredible intellect, passion, and energy to the work and trying not just to be a lowest common denominator among the three nations, but to try and elevate the three nations to think at the cutting edge together versus the lagging edge. And that has meant a lot to all of us, has meant a lot to the staff, and it has helped the extraordinary staff, I think, of the CEC shine. And you see that energy and passion and all the work that they do. So my thanks to him as well. So one other thing, there's so much to be said, and we have so many incredible experts here. One of the things about nature-based solutions that is so incredible is that it's was obvious to people for most of human history that nature-based solutions and working with nature made sense. We hear that most eloquently from our friends in the Indigenous community, and it must be galling to have folks in the non-Indigenous community discovering it and talking about it as if it's a new thing, when in fact it's what everybody knew until a couple hundred years ago. And many communities never forgot. And so please have patience with us as we catch up and try and figure out how to merge our knowledge and try and do this work. The speakers already have been eloquent, and I know the next ones will be on the value of nature-based solutions. Again, as a practitioner, largely at the local and the state level on these matters, I come to it with a passion, largely based in the beginning, as is much of my environmental work over my career, from being one of the best damn camp counselors anybody ever had at camp. But I learned a lot as a camp counselor about myself and about people and about nature. And later, obviously, as a regulator and a practitioner in terms of trying to do this work in all sorts of ways. And I will say that the connection between nature and people is critically important. At the Trust for Public Land, where I was the COO for 7 years, the whole organization was based on connecting people and nature, whether it was weeds in a city lot or preserving wilderness that people would never see, but yet it was important to them that it was preserved. Time after time, the polls show that people understand this. Individual people understand this. If they go to the polls on a funding measure to preserve land and water, they vote for it overwhelmingly, even when they vote against almost any other thing that you would see as conservative versus liberal. It's something that humans know, and that as people become more elevated, particularly in government, they seem to forget. And so I'm encouraged, since I tend to be someone who believes in seeing the world as a glass half full, because it's a better way to lead and a better way to live, I know we have a long way to go. And the final point I'll make before turning to the panel about the importance of connecting people to nature is I can tell you that there's plenty of evidence that shows that there's a value there, all kinds of real data and research and the like, improvements in people's health through connection to nature, improvement in their ability to learn, you name it, it's there. Again, something that everybody once knew and many have forgotten and are just trying to relearn. But one of the most important things I learned, even as a camp counselor and at the Trust for Public Land, going to communities all over the country who have created these miracles of conservation together, is that something happens in nature. And it's something that Jorge Daniel mentioned, which is it connects us with ourselves in a way that is somewhat inescapable and can bring out our best selves. I used to say, it's just hard to be a jerk when you're out in nature, that even the people you know who are big jerks are different in nature. Either that or when you give them a cookie, that those two things will change people. It is possible to be a jerk with a cookie or in nature, but it is far rarer than it is otherwise. So with that, let me turn to our panel that are going to talk about innovative nature-based solutions, the history of the concept in the more modern era, and talk about how they can deliver both economic and environmental benefits. And they'll focus on some of the enabling factors that they see from their different perspectives. Our first speaker will be Liette, did I say that right? Liette Vasseur, who is the Deputy Chair for CEM and co-leader of the Climate Change and Biodiversity Policy Practice Group at IUCN, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, and is the UNESCO Chair on Community Sustainability at Brock University. Our next speaker will be Luis Elaine Zuniga Hernandez, who is president and founding partner of Ecopil Mexico. He'll be talking about grassroots perspectives on youth and community-led MBS in Mexico and how partnerships have supported their growth. Greg Brill will follow, who is the Associate Director of the Accounting for Nature program at the Pacific Institute, and he will talk about the importance of metrics and investment and valuation systems, but also the incredible extent to which the private sector is leading on this issue and why across the world. And then last, but definitely not least, we'll have online some more people. James Ratlingleaf Sr., who is the Tribal Engagement Specialist for the North Central Climate Adaptation Center, who'll be talking about Indigenous leadership in climate adaptation and how co-production of knowledge strengthens project legitimacy and outcome. So we have a very robust panel spanning a bunch of different issues. Our format will be this. Each speaker will speak for 8 to 10 minutes. There's an 8-minute timer for them. We'll set my timer, so you'll hear a gentle chime at 8 minutes, which means you have 2 more minutes. If you don't finish, but we will close at 10 minutes, there'll be an opportunity to add anything that you forgot in the context of our conversation. So we will roll through that, an incredible amount of knowledge in a relatively short period of time. I will then lead a discussion with them all for 15 to 20 minutes or so, and then we will open up to questions from the audience, and I'll alternate between people in the room and people online, and I will be helped from over in that direction with the online questions. And so we'll see how that goes. And with no further ado, I'm going to turn it to Liet, and you all can either present from the podium or from your seats. Your slides will be up. It's up to you.
Thank you. So thank you again. So I will be talking especially about the work of IUCN and Commission on Ecosystem Management, which I'm Deputy Chair right now. And I should say that it's true that nature-based solution in terms of non-Indigenous people started relatively recently. And in fact, we have to go back to the ecosystem approach that was adopted by the Convention on Biological Diversity in 2000. This has led gradually to the development of what we call ecosystem-based adaptation to climate change. This is something that came up more towards 2009. And that was the first step to think that, yes, nature can help. It's kind of took us a long time, but it's happening. And through the World Conservation Congress in 2016, a document was prepared with case studies and an official definition for nature-based solution, which is the action to protect, sustainability, manage, and restore natural or modified ecosystem which address societal challenges. And I will underline this one, effectively and adaptively, simultaneously providing human well-being and biodiversity benefits. So when we talk about societal challenges, we can talk about food security, water quality, we can talk about biodiversity loss, climate change, disaster risk reduction, livelihood. So really all the aspects of well-being. What happened is recently in 2023 at the United Nations Environmental Assembly, the new definition was adopted, which is based on the IUCN definition. And as you can see in red, there are a few more words that were added in terms of sustainably used, but also more defining the ecosystems and also adding ecosystem services. One thing to understand is that nature-based solution is a non-umbrella term that has different types of concepts. Concepts of ecosystem protection, ecosystem-related approaches like ecosystem-based adaptation, infrastructure-related approaches. We think about green infrastructure. We can talk about ecosystem management approaches. We can talk about ecosystem restoration approaches. So there are different tools in the toolbox that can help in terms of nature-based solution. It's not only one tool, and it's not only one component, and it can address, and usually this is encouraged, more than just one societal challenge at the time. In 2019, we worked hard to prepare what was launched in 2020 online because of the pandemic, the global standard for nature-based solution. There are 3 products. The first two, first is the nature-based solution standard that you can find online. By the way, they are easy to, they are in different languages. In fact, some of them now are in more than 2 or 4 or 5 languages. We have also a guidance. In both cases, they explain what we're talking about, what are the rationale for all the criteria and the indicators, and how that can be done. And there are some case studies that can help understand what it means. The global standards for nature-based solution, the objective is really to have a common basis for understanding of nature-based solution. I should say this is becoming a term for all the sauces in the world, I should say. We are always amazed by how people can use nature-based solution as a term now. It's amazing. But the standard has a robust framework to design, implement, assess, adapt, and I will underline that one, and improve NBS. There are 8 criteria. First one is that it has to address societal challenges. The second has to be designed by scale. So we're not talking about just an agricultural field or a forest. We're talking about a landscape. Criterion 3, biodiversity and ecosystem integrity. 4, economically viable, especially for the communities that will be impacted. It has to be in the 5, inclusive, transparent, and empowering governance. 6, trade-offs have to be made and priorities have to be discussed and accepted in consensus. It has to be adaptively managed. And finally, 8 is it has to be sustainable and mainstream. So this is really the basis for all the components. The third product is in fact a self-assessment. It's possible for any project to do the self-assessment. Now it's online. At the beginning, it was an Excel file, which was very complicated. Now it's a little bit more convivial online. And one thing that is important to understand, nature-based solution is an intervention and it is long-term. It relates more what indigenous and local communities are understanding of what is nature-based solution. It's not a project of 2 years that is completed. It's not just that way. It's really more explicit than that. And it has to say that through the self-assessment, it's a process. That means you may start with red and yellow all over the place, saying that you're not very clear in your criteria and indicators, but gradually, because you change the intervention, you increase to become more green in terms of system. One thing also to be careful is that not nature-based solutions are the same. Nature-based solution, we have our criteria, we have a definition. It's not the same than nature-derived solution like windmills. It's not the same than nature-inspired solution, which are more like buildings or architecture, and nature-based climate solution, which are more the carbon market, for example. These are not nature-based solutions. Just an example to finish. This is from the 2016 publication. Again, it's possible to download. We have several examples in it, and I should say more coming at the World Conservation Congress in October in Abu Dhabi. And this is a coastal community that had problem with sea level rise and flooding. And through different components, forest landscape restoration, protected areas development, mangrove restoration, green infrastructure, constructed the walls. Some green infrastructure are needed at that point. And wetland restoration, this community has been able to thrive a lot more. So you can see it's a landscape. It's not just one field, one protection at all. It can be very complex and many tools in the toolbox can be used. So enabling NBS implementation effectively will help because at least of 105 of the 169 targets, Sustainable Development Goals targets are reached cannot be reached without local and regional governments. And when you look at it, it's a long-term engagement. Equity, diversity, inclusion, no one should be left behind. It's important for Indigenous people and local communities. You have to build trust and transparent processes. It has to be co-construction with all stakeholder and rights holder in these communities, because without that, you have no sustainability. So this is where it's very important, is to really get everybody involved in this case. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. That was great.
Yes, thank you.
Very complete in a short amount of time. Next, we have Luis Helene Zuniga Hernandez.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Hello. Hello to everybody. Welcome. My name is Luis. I'm a biologist. Now I studied at the UNAM, the Autonomous University of Mexico, and I founded a civil organization which has 3 years developing projects, voluntary projects, and for nature-based solutions in the state of Mexico, which is where we work, Ciudad de Mexico, Morelos, Hidalgo, Guadalajara, Veracruz, Monterrey, Chiapas, and Oaxaca at this moment. And activities with some corporates. We reach almost the whole country working volunteer basis. I'm going to talk a little bit about us. I don't know why we see those icons, but this is basically an innovation model. If you have seen one time Pokemon, to mention it some way, it is inspired like that. That little ball that says we generate scientific education, we have good practices, and we promote investment and alliances. If you click on the center, you will see all the innovations that we have. It is important to measure. That is step number one, to have a baseline, and that is based on nature-based solutions, and to promote talent, communication, environmental training. We believe that is the basis for the development of any nature-based solution. If you don't generate identity, if you don't generate communication material, any nature-based solution will not be sustainable because it doesn't have an identity from the community, nor maintenance, nor a belonging. In number two, that's what we're focused on. And how do we improve the environment? We can do it in several ways: reforestation, cleaning bodies of water, forestry maintenance, forest fires. And we believe that in tourism, for example, can be a very good solution for nature-based solutions. It's a way of generating employment, but they have also ownership of the space, and they improve more because they think in a protected area that they have visited. And if more complete and improved it is, then they have more resources and economy. So it becomes circularity, as the person from the MacArthur Institute mentioned. We are part of the Mexican Institute of the UICN. We have an accreditation, and we work so that our people can have social benefits, economic benefits adequate to the work that we're developing. Because if we have them in well-being, they can develop the work better, because nothing will prevent them to develop that passion for nature, to have a responsible environment, that everything is in order in this type of issues, that it's legal. And why do I mention this? Because I believe that the institutions or organizations have to have that administrative level in order to be able for the resources that we receive, which are limited, can be expanded, and they can be capable as such. We contribute to the 2030 agenda, among other accreditations that we have. We need resources to obtain information, to strengthen capabilities, to have equipment, to have the institutionality of the institution, attract volunteers that want to work in the 3 projects, and to make the projects work little by little. Forests and basins, water basins, and these are included in our innovation model. We have a baseline. How? First, we review scientific information, we do field work, and we elaborate maps so that we can have decision-making based on maps, and we select the activities that we will implement together with the participation of the communities. In our analysis, we also consider the infrastructure, commercialization, in case if it's a productive project, and the implementation methods and these type of issues. This is a national institution where we have an innovation and education in science and technology, projects based on technology, among other things. And all this is used in order to generate restoration actions, reforestation with native species adequate to the environment, that they can capture water, that they have level curves to promote environmental education, and to promote many things focused on restoration projects. We are reporting everything that we are generating through indicators in an app that we have that is called EPIC, and the alliances are greater. They trust us more and more, the private sector and organizations from the civil organization, international organizations, and the government. The government is like a guide. Sometimes that state guide, for example, asks for donations, and this is something funny because I think that we are the ones that should receive a little bit of funds from the government, but this is the way it has worked up to now. Some of the activities that I mentioned that we developed, this innovation project that we have talent in the different states that I mentioned. We have training programs so that they can develop projects and they obtain microfinancing through us, and that they can find bigger financing. And social innovation organization where we have presence, and to know other environmental leaders, to know other modes, and to exchange experiences, and that they come back to their communities very motivated. And these are the cities where we are implementing this. This is part of the nation of the promote talent, the training seminar, and the national social innovation and to promote talent. And this is part of our project, which is ethics. Art is something that we see which works very well to promote the value of nature. Everything is, we give them a common name, a scientific name, and we ask them which species they want to be represented. And we take them to natural protected areas or to the schools. It wasn't very technical, like the lady presented, but we have a network of alliances, like you can see, and it grows every year because they trust in everything that we develop. This is my data. If somebody wants to take, and I also do TikToks regarding nature and biology, and I share information. It's a pleasure to be here, and I hope that I gave you some ideas and that this can develop new projects. I'm sorry, he was going too fast.
All right, we've given you an impossible task, which is to compress all of this amazing information that you know into a short period of time. And I forgot to remind you to talk slower for the interpreters. So the interpreters are like blowing up over there. But it was fantastic, and we'll have a chance to have a dialogue in just a little while. But both fantastic and chock full of amazing information.
So
Thank you.
Greg, take it away.
Great. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here today to talk about how private sector innovation is helping finance and scale nature-based solutions investment. And so over the next few minutes, I'll touch on 4 key questions: where the private sector stands today, how valuation tools help quantify benefits, which finance models are enabling scale, and a few real-world examples to really drive it home of how private sector innovation is helping scale and mainstream. So let's dive in. So nature-based solutions like reforestation, wetland restoration, regenerative agriculture often offer powerful ways to address climate, biodiversity, and socioeconomic needs together. Yet they remain heavily underfunded, and they receive, wrong way, less than 0.1% of global climate change finance flows. Much of the current funding comes from public sector and philanthropic sources, accounting for around 80% of current funding. These are insufficient for the scale that we need. That's why private sector engagement is critical, not just as funders, but also as innovators, because of their dynamic nature. They can move with agility, and because they want to focus on supply chain and become long-term stewards as well. The opportunity here is to transition from small pilot projects to scalable, investable models, where private sector capital plays a pivotal role. So the role that we face is that we need to move from this growing demand where the public sector is becoming more active in NBS due to growing regulatory and market pressures, and you can see those on the left side there. Frameworks like the TNFD, CSRD, SBTN are pushing companies to really account for their nature and water impacts within their operations and value chains. Many companies are already addressing and acting to reduce climate and water risks through watershed restoration, sustainable agriculture, or biodiversity conservation. And I work with many of these Fortune 500 companies and multinational companies to really help drive their strategies and practice in operations. So looking ahead, the potential lies in bringing catalytic capital, embedding NBS into supply chains, and using technology and data capacities to monitor and validate outcomes at scale. This is about moving from corporate social responsibility to core business strategy. Over the last 5 years that I've been at the Pacific Institute, we've looked at several challenges and interviewed more than 200 to 300 organizations around what some of these challenges look like around scaling and mainstreaming NBS. They fall into 3 key categories. You can see technical, financial, and governance. And we're helping address many of these through our work at the Pacific Institute and CO Water Mandate, but also through catalytic partnerships as well. The one that we focus on predominantly is number 4 over there under the technical challenge section, which is a lack of a standardized approach to identify and account for nature-based solutions and their benefits. How do we help standardize? How do we help all sing off the same hymn sheet to really help drive this momentum to where we need to be? One of these key impacts around the valuation component of it is a variety of tools that are out there to help quantify the multiple benefits that can accrue from nature-based solutions. And one of the key challenges is how do we help value some of these benefits that can accrue in a meaningful, practical, and pragmatic way. So traditional ROI models and methods don't often capture the full suite of co-benefits, carbon to biodiversity to water to socioeconomics. And so how do we bring some of these tools, you can see the icons on the presentation there, into the status quo. So you've got tools like the natural capital accounting protocol help businesses integrate nature into decision-making. You've got Invest in Aries that help manage and map ecosystem services, while TESA supports field-level assessments. Our own tool, the NBS Benefits Explorer, helps quantify the benefits of nature-based solutions through identification, quantification, and valuation as a key pre-feasibility starting point for businesses to understand what their impacts in nature-based solutions can look like. Some of the effective finance models and partnerships are really key to consider as well. So to scale some of these NBS, we need finance models that align private sector returns with public sector goods as well. Blended finance offers one promising model. It de-risks early investments by combining public or philanthropic capital with private funds. Pay for performance contracts, water quality trading, verified carbon credits as examples, create financing incentives tied to outcomes. You've got collective action mechanisms like our own CO Water Mandate or the WBCSD's NBS Impact Accelerator. These help pool resources, help pool the initiative and innovation of corporate sector actors to really drive that needle in the right direction. These partnerships reduce transaction costs, they build transparency and accountability, and ultimately build trust, which is essential when operating across landscapes and jurisdictions. The goal is to turn NBS into investable, replicable solutions, backed by robust governance and practical and predictable returns. So as part of the call to action, we need to unlock the full potential of NBS. We've heard from our other speakers this morning as well what this potentially looks like. We need to mobilize private sector capital more intentionally. This means improving how we value benefits, creating finance structures that work across sectors and geographies, and standardizing impact measurement. It also means partnering across the public and private sectors through public-private partnerships and other mechanisms and models. Companies should see NBS not as philanthropic efforts, but as strategic investments in risk mitigation, compliance, and long-term resilience. We've already heard about that through today's keynote speakers as well. We need to move beyond pilots into long-term pipelines, scalable, bankable, high-impact NBS grounded in strong science and shared value. And so in closing, I'd really encourage more collaboration in NBS innovation, impact measurement, and finance models. I'd be happy to connect on any of these topics as well, either through the private sector initiatives or through some of these catalytic partnerships that we have on the ground to really drive the mainstreaming and scaling of NBS investments. So let's work together to accelerate the role of the private sector in restoring nature at a pace and scale that the world urgently needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg. Well, I've never had such a disciplined group in terms of meeting their timing before, so it's good, especially since I don't think you can hear my chime when it goes off, so impressed with that. Now, a question for folks, is James Ratling Leaf online? Oh, there you are, yay, hi.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, and go Buffs.
Okay. That's a really good start. That's a really good start, moderator. You want me to begin? Let me greet you this morning and say, Howdy Dakiapi, Chante Weste Nape Chuzapalo, James Rattleleaf Imachiapi Nasi Chango Lakoto Yate Hamataha. I greet you this morning from my heart with a handshake. I'm known as James Rattleleaf, and I'm a member of the Rosebud Sioux tribe in America. And first of all, I want to thank Carlos for opening the session up today. It's really important that we continue to advocate and practice our ways, and also thank my good friend Daniel for inviting me to this JPAC meeting. Very, very interesting times that we are in, and that it does require leadership. And I want to just acknowledge Daniel again publicly for everything that he's done to bring voices like this together. I'm going to practice the old indigenous way of not using slides, so I'm going to be using more oral traditions, and I was asked to speak on indigenous nature-based solutions from my perspective as a Lakota person and my work at the University of Colorado Boulder. First of all, I think it's crucial to understand that indigenous people have an important role to play, and when we think about nature-based solutions, because of our deep ecological understanding, our holistic and systems thinking that we've done through time immemorial. The work that we do and lead is community-led. And it's really good to hear people talk about the importance of community when it comes to designing these solutions, because it has to be, I believe, culturally relevant, long-term sustainability, and also what we call governance or decision-making, very key. We know through the work that's been done already that indigenous people are leaders in biodiversity conservation. Things that we do through our forestry, our agriculture, and our protected lands. Things that we don't talk about too much in these kind of meetings, but we should raise it, is the ethical and legal considerations when working with indigenous people. I know through many years, maybe you were a part of this work here in the audience, of how the United Nations Declaration was an important document and still is today, because it's gained support and understanding for many entities when working with indigenous people. And so it's important that we respect those understandings of indigenous people Somebody mentioned rights holders and also the intellectual property. I think that, from my perspective, it's important that we think of the land. I was just part of a project here recently to help document and produce a short film. And I was really thinking about this whole idea of land, the importance of land. Are we part of the land? Are we in the land? Are we of the land? But I think what happens, in my view, is that you begin to think long term when you think about land above short-term gains. There is a responsibility for the environmental decisions when it comes to that. And it's also really beginning to that connection. Somebody talked about connection to these places, to the environment. And I think that what that does in many ways is it begins to create what I call true partnerships. And how do you share power in these decision making? How do you design what they say co-design projects, or how do you honor tribal sovereignty or indigenous self-determination? And who benefits from this work? And how does decision-making authority come to play? Also, it also should be said that what's the role of TEK, traditional ecological knowledge and science, Western approach science? How is TEK valued in this work in terms of a local context and history? And what are those cultural practices that need to be preserved when working with science to do biodiversity or nature-based solutions? This concept of stewardship over ownership, that's an important one. And I'm really glad that Indigenous voices are here, because we're going to raise that. I'm going to raise that in terms of the importance of that, and how do those values can change over time. Daniel talked about relationship or relationality. I'm going to add another word to that: relational accountability. How do we build trust through transparency and consistency? How do we acknowledge the harms of the past and commit to healing and reconciliation? And how do we center values like humility, gratitude, and reciprocity in the work we do? So I do believe that we need to acknowledge Indigenous rights in the frameworks that whatever we're talking about here in terms of Indigenous nature-based solutions. How do we allocate and dedicate and direct funding and to Indigenous people so that they can continue the work they do? What are those Indigenous-led models that we can promote? And also the mechanisms that we need to reform so that our values and our knowledges are viewed as important and that are recognized and even understood. We always talk about this idea of understanding, and I think we do need to do that in these frameworks and in these platforms like JPAC. I was also part of some work being done to really think about biodiversity and climate change in North America. And I sit as an advisor to this USGS, United States Geological Survey assessment. And it was really important when we were talking about that these voices from Indigenous people are heard, but also listened to and also taken action. And one of the things I wanted to share with you as an example of what I'm talking about is the idea of buffalo, bison, or what we call it, Tatanka, reintroduction onto the land as an example of nature-based solutions. And just for your education, it's always time for teaching and learning. But if you know what Tatanka means, the word Tatanka in our Lakota language means big meat. It means big meat. So my apologies to our vegetarians in the audience, but it's important for us to bring back the buffalo. And we've been doing that for many years now. And I wear this shirt here because I work for University of Colorado Boulder, but it is I believe, a living example of a nature-based solution, because what the buffalo does, not only as a symbol of the buffalo, and not only as our country, but also Indigenous nations, but by restoring the buffalo into our homelands, provides an example of how we strengthen our cultures, our biodiversity, and how it rebuilds our lifeways. We've been working for many years to bring back our land. And one way that we can do it, I think, is through the reintroduction of buffalo, and to use our traditional knowledge to help manage those from a ecological, spiritual, and cultural way. There are economic opportunities, I think, through this innovative approach of bringing back buffalo. And I think that it can strengthen our livelihoods as tribal nations. So if you understand who we are, at least in America, Many tribal nations have that story and that connection to the buffalo. Because ultimately, I think that what happens and what can happen is this reconciliation through collaboration. This regeneration of the land and through the people cannot happen unless we recognize each other as nations, and we began to implement things like UNDRIP to help make decisions, but also to create those opportunities to do that. So there is a call to action here, and let me close by saying that that we do not need to separate nature from culture or from economy from ecology. The buffalo are returning as indigenous people are, not just to the land, but to our stories, our ceremonies, and our futures. If we are to regenerate the earth, we must regenerate our relationships with land, with each other, with all those things like the buffalo who once sustained us and will again. So let me close by saying, Wopila Tonka, Ichichi Apolo. Thank you all very much. Back to you.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you all. Those were all terrific, and we're not going to be recovering the time we're late completely with your panel, so don't worry. But we are going to shorten a little bit our discussion now, so we can get to the audience questions. And then if there's more time, or if we have more time, I'm going to come back to many questions. I have about an hour's worth of questions for each of you because there was a lot to unpack in that. So I have 4. Some will be very quick, and try to keep your answers short. And I'm gonna go in the opposite direction, back and forth, to answer them. And the first one is, in thinking about integrating nature-based solutions and circular economy, or even trying to get the concepts or the examples of either of them through, there are a number of really important reasons for doing them that deal with sustainability. In many cases, for nature-based solutions being more robust solutions on the ground than traditional gray infrastructure alone. Obviously, it's not either or. It can be an integration of the two in some cases. But there are many places across the country and across the world where these projects are actually not just theoretical, but are in action. And I tend to be a story girl. So I'm going to ask you to tell me a story, because in all of the work that you're doing, examples on the ground. You've talked about some of them, but I'm sort of curious as to what your go-to examples are about where you see people coming together to integrate economic principles, circular economy, nature-based solutions, some combination of the two, or even a robust example on the ground to sort of give the theory some grounding and some light, to tell a story for the hundreds of people who are listening, who may or may not have a concrete example that they know of, or know that they know of at the moment. For me, my go-tos are, I have a lot of them. I won't go through them all, but just to give you an example of what I'm talking about, where in LA County, for example, a robust set of, took 3 years and 3 tries, but the business community, the local government community, the state government, which I was in at the time, and using our permitting authority to try and incentivize these things, that equity community came together to write an initiative that integrated equity groups as part of the governing body, and it resulted in an election that is going to yield $300 million a year in perpetuity to do nature-based solutions that will give you multi-benefits for groundwater recharge, for urban greening, for cleaning up stormwater pollution, and for flood control. That's an incredible mobilization in a county of 10 million people that will take decades to manifest, but I guarantee you in 1 or 2 decades, the face of LA County will be substantially changed for the better. So that would be the kind of example I can tell. Or San Francisco Bay, which similarly, 9 counties, 100 cities came together to pass a funding measure to use nature-based solutions, horizontal wetland reconstructed levees to buffer sea level rise rather than putting in a bunch of seawalls. A massive sort of coming together of people across the silos to vote in some ways with their dollars, to say we'd rather do this with our scarce local dollars than having you build a bunch of walls or a bunch of different treatment plants. So there are more examples like that. But if you can think about your favorite examples of that and just give one that quickly, I think that would help concretize, that's the wrong word, but to make manifest the kind of examples that we're talking about in theory. So James, do you want to start? I was trying to filibuster to give you time to pick. I know you all know a million of them.
Well, thank you. I do appreciate the mode of communication of story, and I think that for me, I am a product of a tribal college university. If you don't know what that is, there are 37 tribal colleges across North America now, and in that story, tribal colleges begin with a vision, and I think that I haven't heard it yet today in this panel, but what is the role of education in this work? Because all of us are getting older. I'm certainly getting older, and who's going to carry the work forward? And how do you transmit that knowledge, that intergenerational knowledge transfer, as they say it, to the next generation? And so I always, in my work with programs that support young people, and in terms of climate, or I do a lot of work with data science. And so what role does those kind of things play in telling that story to funders or to partnership development approaches? So it's really important. I think also the role of elders. And so we have this one side of the spectrum, we have elders, and one side we have the young people, the next generation. I think everybody in between, where we find ourselves. And I think that for us in Lakota country, it's always been about land. And in the Black Hills, if you know the Black Hills, that story there has been still unresolved in so many ways, legally, economically, culturally. And so we still find ourselves in this long battle to return that land, or turn that place back to us. And there was one part of that Black Hills. If you know the Black Hills, there's a part that if you look at it like satellite imagery or an image from space, you see like a bald spot in the middle of that forest or that timber, and that's called Peshla. And Peshla is a very important place to our Lakota culture. And so there were efforts within the surrounding area there to develop that and to turn that into some very fancy housing for very wealthy people. And so the tribes heard that. They heard that. If you know our history in South Dakota, the Ochete Shanko and the Great Sioux Nation, we don't have a lot of money sitting around someplace to buy land. And so what we did was we created a group of leaders, from elders to spiritual leaders to young people, and we began to pray and to consult and to bring those things forward on that place, and to say that this cannot be. We need to find a way to bring this back to our stewardship. So that's what we did, and we were able to bring together a coalition of many willing people to help raise multi-million dollars to buy that land. Now, what do we do with that land now? That's still up for planning and discussion. But one thing we did was we brought the buffalo back to that place called Peshla. And so there are stories like that where nonprofits are working with private sector, working with the government, working even with state and local, and even private individuals who have a different view of the future and want to see more of the benefits to that go back to Indigenous people. So I'd say that. Thank you.
Great example, and you've answered my first three questions in that one, which is perfect, because we'll move to my closing one after this round. So with that, Greg, go ahead. Quick example.
Excellent.
To illustrate whatever you want to illustrate in that context.
So I think one of my favorite examples is there's a chemical company in southern United States. And for many, many years, every year or every month, they were hammered with water effluent charges, because the quality of water that they were putting out always exceeded the municipal limitations of what they could put into the municipal waste stream. And so they looked into a variety of different mechanisms, including gray infrastructure. And one of the options on the table was nature-based solutions. So they did the pre-feasibility assessment purely for water quality. And it came out that gray was going to be more cost-effective, more timely, etc. But there was someone on the team that said, we need to give nature a chance. And so they invested in this treatment wetland. And over the last 5 years, they've now seen, and the return on investment was about 23 years. And And since then, it is now the #1 wedding photo destination in the state because otters have come back and herons, and they're now microeconomies for wedding photography, their cupcakes, their food stands, and a variety of other sort of microeconomies that have just built around this treatment wetland that is quite substantial in size. And they've now done a full cost benefit analysis across biodiversity, carbon, water quality, and water quantity, and the return on investment is under 5 years. And so just looking at nature and giving it a chance really does look at that ROI model in a way that can build far more broad scale benefits across biodiversity, socioeconomics, and a variety of other components too.
Sí, bueno, comienzo con la historia de Copil. Más o menos nosotros nacimos hace 13 años en el municipio de Apasco, Estado de México, con la intención
with the intent, we're just finishing our studies. We wanted to apply our knowledge that we obtained in biology. So at that time, without knowing, the hill where I was doing my thesis was sold, and it was an environmental protection. Since I was studying, I was interested in diagnosis. So I started giving workshops in my community with my wife. Her name is Jacqueline, and she's a founder of the organization. And we started giving workshops so that they would know the importance of what we are studying. In that hill, there were protected species, but we saw that they wanted to sell the hill for housing, and there was a company that wanted to build houses for the community. And the ejido, some people were in agreement and others were not. And these were hydraulic services for 3 communities. And it's a biodiversity place. And so that also we don't have urban growth, disorderly urban growth. If you're coming from Querétaro to Mexico, you can see that it is impressive. All the vehicles, all the industrial areas, contamination, and also people who live in these houses as nest houses, and they work here in Mexico City. So we supported a group of ejidatarios who did not want to sell the hill, that they had the tools in order to create the language, like the effect of a straw, so that they wouldn't steal the water. So the people in the community got organized. It wasn't us. I want to make it very clear. It was a movement from the community. We only shared the knowledge, and the people from the community got organized so that they would stop the sale of the hill. So the ejido, when they were going to sell when we had the meeting for the ejido to sell the hill, then they stopped the sale of the hill 3 years ago. And now we are working with the ejido of Pasco. We did the mapping. We have dialogue tables. We're doing diagnosis, and we're going to have an assembly in August, and they're going to declare it like a national protected area. And the hill was also just a land to build more houses, but this is the first story. The second story, we have a second hill, and it is exploited for mining activities, cement and gypsum, and we have cement companies everywhere, and they have small companies which are not regulated. They're exploiting, and that brings erosion problems, water problems. And there's an area that is called Hacienda Vieja. And the ejido with which we're working today is going to declare another protected area in that hacienda to stop the mining activities on that side. So we are foreseeing to protect 600 hectares in a municipality that doesn't have any natural protected areas. So the people from the community has gotten together, organized in education and legal perspectives, so that they no longer can be carrying out activities, the uncontrolled activities.
great example as well. You get to, sorry, you get to wrap us up.
¿Usted
I'll save my
concluye?
last question for if there aren't enough audience. Well, what's your favorite example? You have a worldwide view, so it must be hard to choose.
Yeah, I have some local, but I think one that I will use because I want to show how nature-based solution can be a long process. I work in Ecuador, in the Chimborazo, and we work with the ESPOS, which is the Escuela Politécnica de Chimborazo, and this is where the main challenge with the Chimborazo right now is that the glaciers are melting. They have lost in terms of precipitation 30%. So there are droughts in many cases. And this is a very fragile environment. It's called the paramos, which are wetlands that are very easy to degrade. And so we have been working with especially two communities, Pachencho and San Juan. And I will always remember when we went for the first time and we had all the community together. These are Quechua communities. So we had to always have a translator because my Spanish is not that bad sometimes, but Quechua, I'm not there. So what happened is the chief of the community, at one point we were talking and we had the chalkboard and he got excited and he said, oh, we're working with you for the community, by the community, with the community. And for him, it was very important that it was to embrace the fact that the community was working together to move ahead with trying to find solution. Solution being the problem of water, but the problem also of youth migration towards Riobamba, trying to also deal with issues because of the RED program that they put eucalyptus on the hill, that they were encroaching their community gardens and destroying subsistence agriculture, and a lot of other issues, livelihood issues that had needed to be done. And so what happened is that we started working with them. And the first thing is also to bring the students from ESPOS. Many of them are coming from these communities to bring back the knowledge. So having this exchange of knowledge, so back and forth, so that they can learn from the local knowledge, but also bring other perspective to try to figure out solution. In Pachencho, for example, it was wonderful because one thing, this is the highest village in the Chimborazo. And if you know, the Chimborazo is the highest mountain since the center of the earth. And so in their case, now they're producing cheese that can be sold to Riobamba. But one thing that they needed was especially the vegetables, some vegetables and all that. So they started an innovation of underground greenhouses that don't need at that point, because we're in the equator, so it can heat by the soil, by the sun, and that helps them now for food security. So that was something that they wanted, and now they're really excited because when we were there, even the greenhouse, even if it was only 10, 11 degrees Celsius outside, in the greenhouse, it was almost 30 Celsius. So it gives them the possibility to cultivate. In San Juan, for example, we started also looking at changing, and they have some farmers that have changed now. Instead of the sheep that are destroying the paramos, they went back to the dwarf alpaca, which are kind of nits instead, so that it helps to reduce the impact on the paramos. So these are things, but we know it's a long-term intervention. So now we're working, there's a student who will be coming to Brock University this fall, work on another component, and we're back and forth trying to enhance education, but also how the community can take by itself the possibility to create sustainable nature-based solution.
Thank you for that. We have a little time left for questions from the audience. I mean, I could go on and we could pull it together, but do you want people just to raise their hands and you'll go find them? Or go to the microphone to line up? Whatever you, I'm going to go up here so I can see better.
Buenas tardes. Soy
Good
Jico
afternoon.
Murrieta
My name is Hector Murrieta
de aquí de México,
from
de los
Mexico
Estados
City
Unidos.
and from the United States.
Mi trabajo,
My work,
yo tengo una maestría en
I have a master's
recursos
degree
naturales
in natural resources management and agriculture
Entonces,
economy.
aquí nada más se
So
escuché
here, I
una
just
vez
heard one
la palabra
time
economía
the word economy,
y otra vez la
and
palabra,
another
creo que
time,
precio, dijo el señor
I
acá.
think somebody mentioned
Entonces,
prices.
nosotros
So we
vivimos
live
en una sociedad
in a society,
capitalista.
a capitalist society,
También, o puede ser
or
una sociedad
it could
orientada al
be
mercado,
a society
puede
guided
ser
towards
una
market,
sociedad
or
orientada
it
a
could be
ponerle
a
valor
society guided
económico a
towards
las
giving
cosas
economic
o
value to
valor de
things,
uso
or
a las
the
cosas. Entonces,
value of use for
para
things.
asociar
In order to
las
relate
dos situaciones
the
aquí que se
two
están hablando,
situations that we are
tengo
discussing
algunos
here, I have
ejemplos.
some examples.
No es pregunta, es ejemplo,
It's
es un
not
comentario.
it's not a question, it's a
Entonces,
comment.
En mi experiencia,
In my experience,
se le tiene que poner
we
un
have
valor
to give a
al
value
recurso
to the
que se
resource
quiere manejar,
that we want to manage,
igualmente
and also
al residuo
to
que se
the
quiere manejar,
waste that we want
sea
to
aire,
manage,
sea
either
gases,
air,
sean
gases,
residuos peligrosos,
or hazardous
sean
waste,
una serie de
or a series of
residuos
waste,
de que no hablamos mucho.
of which we don't
Pero
mention
bueno,
too much here.
Un ejemplo es,
An example
en los años 70,
is in the
yo era
70s.
director de un
I
centro de
was
investigaciones
director
científicas y tecnológicas
of
en la Universidad de Sonora.
a research
Y uno
center
de
at the
los
University of
recursos
Sonora. And one of the
era,
resources
trabajamos, era
was that we were
una
working
planta que
with
se llama jojoba.
is a plant that
Y
is
esa
called
planta
jojoba.
produce
And that plant
semillas
produces
con
seeds
cera
with wax,
líquida.
with liquid
Entonces,
wax.
esa cera líquida
So that liquid
tiene
wax,
encontramos
we
muchos
found that
usos para ese.
it has many uses.
Entonces, nosotros
So
queríamos usar ese
we wanted to
recurso
use that resource
para ayudar
to
a que las
help
ballenas
so that
no
the
se
whales
acabaran, porque
would not
esas
be
ballenas
extinct,
producen
because
una cera
those
líquida también.
whales would produce
Pero
a
no
liquid
tuvimos
wax also, but we were not
Japón
successful.
y otros
Japan
países
and other
pues,
countries
siguieron matando ballenas.
continued killing
Entonces,
whales.
nosotros
So
buscamos otros usos
we
y fueron los cosméticos.
looked for other
Y
resources,
eso
and it was
tuvo
cosmetics,
éxito.
and that was
En
successful.
Japón,
In Japan,
en México,
in
aquí hay
Mexico,
una empresa que todavía
there's a
está
company here
produciendo
that's still
shampoo
producing
con esas ceras,
shampoo
igual
with those
Japón.
waxes, and also in Japan.
Y ese es el valor.
And that is the
Primero fue un
value.
valor de uso.
First, it was a use
Después
value.
ponerle un precio
Then
a ese valor de uso.
to give a
Y fue tan
price to that
exitoso
use of value.
que
And it was
pusimos
so successful
bueno, nosotros en
that
Sonora
we in
pusimos
Sonora
molino para
put
extraer.
a
Y
mill
después
to
pusimos
extract
otro
the
allá con
wax,
los Apaches
and
en
then
Arizona.
we put another
Entonces,
one with the
ese es
Apaches in Arizona.
ahora, en cuanto a
Now,
residuos,
with regards to
puede
waste,
ser,
it can be,
por ejemplo,
for
yo creé
example,
una cooperativa
I
de
created
cultivo
a
de camarón, fue la
cooperative
primera
of
cooperativa de
the
cultivo de camarones en México. Entonces,
shrimp.
cuando se produce camarón,
So when you produce
se produce
shrimp,
también
you also
mucha basura.
produce a lot of
¿Cuál es
waste.
esa? Es la
And
cabeza
what
del
is the waste?
camarón
The head of
y
the
es también
shrimp,
la cáscara
and
del
also
camarón. ¿Qué
the
hacemos con
skin
esa
of the
basura?
shrimp. And what do we do with that waste?
Empezamos a hacer
We said,
harina de
okay,
camarón
we started making
con esa basura. ¿Qué lo encontramos? Encontramos un uso
shrimp,
a la basura y luego
shrimp.
le pusimos un precio. Y todavía se sigue haciendo.
And we still
Era una
continue doing
cooperativa de
that. And this
cultivo de
was a
camarón, y en
cooperative
aquel
of
entonces nada
shrimp.
más las cooperativas
we started manufacturing flour, shrimp flour. So I formed a cooperative, and nobody believed me. And now we had 20,000 hectares of producing shrimp. Those were the examples I wanted to give you. But first, we have to find a use for the resource and the waste, and then a price.
Thank you for giving examples. Can I just see the show of hands so I can see how many? We have quite a few. So we're going to alternate. Do we have questions online?
Yes,
and then so I'll alternate sides of the room and online.
So
and then someone will tell me when we have to stop.
we have 6 questions online, and the first one is from Lauren. And the question is, how can we push for the circular economy when it is often much cheaper to send materials to landfill? What policies, mandates, and subsidies have been shown to increase accessibility and affordability for circular solutions for the 99%?
Examples? Anyone want to take that? For me, it's been the multi-benefit, large-scale decisions made by communities that it's more expensive not to act, or more expensive to try and use gray solutions that may fail than to do the multiple benefits. And so you have to calculate then that overall cost to the community. But it takes leadership and community engagement to do it. Any good examples of that anyone wants to share?
I'm happy to jump in very quickly. The worst thing about humanity is that we always wait for something to become a crisis before we address it. And so we've had the climate crisis, and now we're in the midst of a water and biodiversity crisis, probably 2 components of it. And then thirdly is going to be the waste crisis. And we're seeing this globally, where landfills are filling up faster than we can build new ones. And so what we really need to do, and there are a number of corporate partners that are really looking at circular economy components. I had a really great discussion this morning around some of these circular economy options. But we really need to start innovating now before it becomes that crisis point where we can't go back. I love the example of mining waste for gold and natural materials. And so there are opportunities out there to really start capitalizing on the opportunities that exist.
Well, I've actually been told I need to close just because we've gone a little bit long and we're saving time. There were a lot of hands up, so I know there are a lot of questions. So my suggestion, again, this is going to be a repeated refrain, is to either find the speakers if you have a specific question for them at the breaks, but also find CEC staff, because all of your examples, for example, and your questions are things we can follow up on. This is not the end of the discussion. It is a beginning of sorts of the discussion. And then I'm supposed to tell you something that I saw come through on here. Oh, I already said that. Good. So thank you all very much. Sorry that you all could have had an hour alone. Sorry to the audience. We didn't get a very good start. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia, and to the amazing panelists for the very insightful interventions and dialogue. So please don't shoot the messenger, but we are going to have to skip the break to catch up some of the time on our schedule. But feel free to stand up, stretch your legs, grab some water, some coffee. Please do so respectfully without making too much noise. But we are going to continue with our program just in the interest of time. I would like now to present the results of the 3rd poll that I launched earlier that are going to be showing on the screen. What do you think is the main aspect to consider strengthening nature-based solution? And I believe that pretty close answers, but the first one is supportive public policies and legislation. It's interesting to see the spread is pretty even across the board for all those options, which probably indicates that all 4 should be happening. So now it's my pleasure to welcome the panelists from and for our next session, as well as Bob Varney, who is going to moderate the discussion on circular economy, closing material cycles, and creating sustainable systems. Before Bob begins, and as they join me on stage here, I would like to launch the next poll, please. All right. So in your view, which factor is most effective in accelerating the transition to a circular economy? You've got options. I'm not going to read them all. Please vote and select what you think is most relevant to answer this question. And after the session, I will be sharing the results with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. This second session will explore how circular economy principles are being implemented across sectors and the role that business policy and technology play in scaling these solutions. Our panelists will highlight key enablers, share real-world examples, and discuss how cross-sector collaboration is driving the transition to a more sustainable and resilient economy in North America. We have with us four outstanding presenters and four people who are extremely experienced in the circular economy in different ways. Our first panelist will be Jenny Romer, Director of Policy North America for the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. At the foundation, she's responsible for accelerating the foundation's mission and overall North America strategy by influencing and informing policy decisions that help accelerate the transition to a circular economy in the U.S. Jenny previously served as Deputy Assistant Administrator for Pollution Prevention at the United States EPA and is a legal associate at Surfrider Foundation, where she led the Plastic Pollution Initiative, which is certainly a great background to have. And she's author of Can I Recycle This? And founder of plasticbaglaws.org and is regularly interviewed on sustainability topics. Our second speaker will be Martine Ricon, Director and Corporate Operations Sustainability for BioPapel. Did I say that properly? Papel, is that correct? And is a member of their board of directors. He's an active promoter of sustainable development in Mexico, working with organizations such as the National Pulp and Paper Industry Association, Confederation for Industrial Associations, and Global Compact Network Mexico. Under his leadership, BioPapel has formed alliances with the Forest Stewardship Council, Conservation International, and the Science Based Targets Initiative, which is promoted by the Global Compact, as well as the World Wildlife Fund and CDP. Our third presenter will be Arturo Rec, President and CEO of MexHub for Circular Economy and Sustainability. He's from Monterrey and is President and CEO of the organization. As I indicated, early in his career, he held high-ranking positions in state and federal government and has been involved with Sustainable Water Use Commission of the National Processing Industry Association and many other groups, and continues to be actively involved with international forums, seminars, workshops, and conferences on sustainability and the circular economy. Our fourth presenter, Danielle Normandin, is Director for the Center for Intersectional Studies and Research on the Circular Economy and Director, Quebec Research Network on Circular Economy, and a member of Circle d'Excellence, University of Quebec. He's a biologist and administrator by training who works as a consultant, educator, and high-profile speaker on circular economy. He helped manage and develop several academic research units on the topic during his career, including the Center for Intersectional Studies and Research, which he now directs, the Research Network on Circular Economy of Quebec, and also sits on the expert panel on circular economy in Canada of the Council of Canadian Academies. The presentations that they make, I want to warn you, are going to just scratch the surface of what they've been doing and what they know. I would urge you to seek them out after the panel to follow up on their presentations, and also to go on their websites where there's a wealth of information relative to the circular economy and some of the things that might be of most interest to you. So with that, I would like to turn to our first presenter, Jenny Romer. Jenny?
Thank you. Buenos dias, good morning, Pomatan. I'm so happy to be here, and thanks to CC and JPAC. So the circular economy offers a powerful and systematic solution. It's about fundamentally rethinking how we design, use, and recover materials. Policy and regulation are critical enabling factors in this transition, and we'll get to that in a minute. I'm the policy person. But first, a little bit more background. I'll try not to be too duplicative of what Danielle covered earlier, but I think it's worth revisiting a couple things. Slide the next, the clicker. Yes. Or I can just say, okay. So as our founder, Dame Ellen MacArthur, put it, if we get this right and we innovate and we are creative, we can build an economy which can thrive and can run forever. So helping companies and policymakers realize this vision is the work of the foundation. Next slide. As Danielle mentioned in Keynote, the Ellen MacArthur Foundation works to accelerate the circular economy, and the key principles here are eliminate waste and production by designing it out from the very beginning, circulate products and materials and retain the maximum value, regenerate nature beyond minimizing harm to actively improving natural systems. It's about moving away from the linear take, make, waste model to one that's regenerative by design. Next. So to drive that change at the pace that's needed, we engage with the current system. So we've innovated a unique approach to systems change, and it works. We have 5 global offices and a network of over 200 businesses, governments, academia, and designers and NGOs. Next. We believe that businesses play a crucial role in shifting the system, and much of our work is helping companies to identify and scale circular solutions, including circular business models. So here are some of our strategic partners, and there are many more. As I said, a network of over 200 businesses. But you'll recognize a lot of the businesses on this slide. And so while we recognize that there are currently many businesses are part of the problem, they also need to be part of the solution. And so we facilitate things like pre-competitive collaborations and challenge the organizations that we work with to set ambitious goals that are supported by evidence-based analysis, and really to stimulate new and better solutions at scale, at the scale that we need. Next slide. So some of the areas that really have the most momentum for circular solutions include plastics and packaging. So you can see some of our work on the Business Coalition for a Global Plastics Treaty, and then also with critical minerals, we have our own work that we're launching and increasing our focus on critical minerals. We're also working on a project with CC specific to circularity of mobile phones in North America. And then another focus is products sold at retail. So including the work we've done on things like the Big Food redesign and the fashion remodel project. So building on the circular economy, Ellen MacArthur Foundation has developed 5 universal policy goals to provide a clear roadmap on how to accelerate this transition at scale with policy. And all of these have direct relevance to the shared challenges and opportunities across Canada, Mexico, and the US. So a first goal is to stimulate design for the circular economy. Policy here is about making it easier and more attractive to design out waste and pollution from the start. So we're talking about things like eco-design standards, incentives for durability, could include product bans for some products, and tools like digital product passports. So this reduces the pressure on natural resources from pollution in manufacturing and opens up markets for innovative, long-lasting products. The second policy goal is to manage resources to preserve value. This is where regulatory tools really become incredibly powerful. We need policies for robust systems to keep products and materials at their highest value. And so extended producer responsibility, or EPR, how many of you have heard of EPR policies? Okay, we're gonna learn more about that. Are really a prime example here. So EPR, extended producer responsibility, at its core, is a policy where manufacturers who create products are also responsible for managing those products once the consumers are finished with them at the end of life. And so EPR really reduces waste and demand on virgin materials, it benefits nature, and it really drives investment into new collection, sorting, processing infrastructure, and creates local jobs in the process and new revenue streams for companies. I think when we started talking about policy, I really got into policy while working on plastic bag laws. I put myself out there as the expert, the national expert on plastic bag laws 15 years ago, and I achieved that goal. But back then we were talking about really simple bans and fees, but extended producer responsibility really zooms out and looks at things like packaging and textiles, fashion, electronics in a more holistic way. And that's what we're seeing a lot of right now. A third goal is, if we have policy here, is really making the economics work. The linear economy currently benefits the ingrained economic incentives. So we should really shift that balance towards circularity. A fourth goal is invest in innovations. I think we'll hear about some of that today. Infrastructure and skills. So examples of those policies can include, developing training programs, educational curricula. And then the fifth goal is collaborating for systems change. So no single government, business, or community can really achieve this on its own. Policy here really needs to foster those crucial public-private partnerships, harmonize regulations, ensure alignment. And so JPAC and indeed CEC are really uniquely positioned to foster these cross-jurisdictional collaborations and truly work towards this integrated, accelerated system. But I think these policies show that we aren't just talking about one thing, we're talking about an integrated portfolio of policies that need to work together to get to circularity. I think I made it in my time, so thank you.
Me gustaría iniciar, si me lo
everyone.
permiten,
I'd like to
agradeciendo la
start
invitación
by
a participar en este
thanking
panel. Me
for the
gustaría iniciar con un
invitation to
pequeño video
participate in this panel.
donde nos
I'd like to
narra
start with
en
a
términos
very
actuales
short
qué es biopapel,
video
como ejemplo
that
de empresa
explains
circular
what
o con
biopapel
economía
is
circular.
as an example of circular
Gustaría
economy, and I would
ayudarnos a
thank you
proyectarlo, por favor.
if you can help us play that video.
Welcome to Biopapel, a successful case of corporate sustainability. We are the largest manufacturer of paper and corrugated products in Mexico, and one of the 10 largest paper companies in North America. With a wide production and distribution network in Mexico and the United States, combined annual sales of more than $3 billion, and a solid financial structure, sustainability Manufacturing 1 ton of paper requires cutting 4 adult trees on average. A company like Biopapel would need more than 22,000 trees per day as raw material to complete its daily production of paper, which would be equivalent to cutting down all the trees in Central Park every 24 hours. But Biopapel does not need to cut a single tree to manufacture paper. To promote a low-carbon economy and to be part of the solution to the problem of climate change, our company developed an efficient, sustainable business model that we call urban forest, which multiplies the life cycle of paper by collecting and recycling it over and over again through the principles of circular economy. Biopapel is one of the 5 largest paper recyclers in America. In this way, paper becomes paper again, and trees will remain being trees. This opens a new cycle for what seemed to be finished and gives a break to nature and its forests in their indispensable task of capturing carbon, generating oxygen, and producing water. Biopapel has invested in advanced technology to generate 85% of the energy it consumes, using steam from its original processes to drive modern gas turbines and co-generate sustainable energy. In addition, the company recycles 92% of the water used in its production, achieving one of the lowest water consumptions per ton of paper in the industry. All of this together allows us to have one of the best environmental footprints, capturing more carbon than we put out in the environment. As a result, we have received the highest awards in the international paper industry, from the governments of the countries in which we operate, and from the main environmental and civil society organizations. Biopapel controls 3 leading business groups in the paper and paper products market: Titan and Scribe in Mexico, and McKinley in the United States, which together operate 40 industrial plants. Titan is the largest paper and packaging company in Mexico. To speak of packaging in Mexico is to speak of Titan. Scribe is the leading brand in the writing and printing paper market. It is the largest producer of bond paper for copiers and printers of books, brochures, newspapers, and publications. McKinley is an efficiently integrated U.S. paper and packaging manufacturer with 8 modern industrial plants located in the states of California, Georgia, Indiana, New Mexico, Texas, Washington, and Wisconsin to serve the large U.S. market. In its name and its DNA, Biopapel carries a high commitment to biosustainability with the present and future generations. Because we do not inherit this planet from our ancestors, we borrow it from the next generations, and we must return it in better conditions. That is why, at Biopapel, we are recycling life.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Arturo Rich. I'm president of Circular Economy and Sustainability. Our base is in the city of Monterrey, Nuevo León, within the expedition in the Tecnológico de Monterrey. And we are a group that is focused on promoting the transition in a circular economy. We mainly work in collaboration of low impact. We support government, companies, clusters, industries, and with education institutions, as well with groups from the civil organization. And what we do, we integrate all the efforts, we align goals, and from there we have strategies in order to reach those objectives. Part of our approach is to respond to social responsibility, government, corporate government, technology, digitalization, agro-foods, and we're talking about circular economy a lot nowadays. And we have different characteristics, but it gives us an environment. And we have to thank the people from the CEC for this opportunity to be able to share in this space all the visions that generate this that are generated by this energy, and in order to make circular economy and go from strategy and definition to actions that have an impact on economy and the life of people, and also in our ecosystems. To adopt circular economy was not only corresponding to the environmental demands, but it gives us strategic different efficiency, innovation and differentiation, compliance, and attraction for investment and talent. The benefits of circular economy are very broad. We focus in order to be able to scale these projects, such as the legal reform, fiscal reforms, in order to facilitate the adoption. Nowadays in Mexico, we have more progress in adopting a general law for circular economy, that we can make this real. This is a collaborative work. We work with the chamber of the senators in order to be able to give this approach, this vision, so that they can see it correctly from a systemic perspective. All this, what we want to do is, we understand when there is a climate change, when there's an economic change, and when this is happening, we have to understand that our habits have to change and they have to evolve for the new, according to the new needs. We understand that innovation, investment, training, and monitoring are constant. What is not measured cannot be quantified. What you cannot quantify, it is very difficult to be developing programs and public policy at large scope. What we are implementing or promoting is that the small and medium companies, as well as large companies, can go from standardized way. We know that nowadays there is a large amount of uses there's a large amount of ISOs, like 14001, 45001, and 59040, which is circular economy. It doesn't mean that all these companies had to adopt all these ISOs. They have to contribute within their sector. The same governance for environmental cooperation defines that REP is it's a post-consumer. It defines that the group of materials and mandatory products and the volume and the short. This chart, I like this chart very much, and I'm sharing it because this gives us competitive measures in order to present these new products and services, such as the North Public, and it gives importance to the recycling all the way to the topic of CO2. Very specific cases in which we are working currently in Mexico are many, but we have a few that we are very proud of. We are working with a tequila company, the name of Tequila Fregon. This is one of the projects that we are carrying out with regenerative and this type of solutions. We take advantage of the maguey and we can use it in the fields, and this provides more nutrients to the soil that is not cultivated. So we have the correct compost so that this can give more, can help production in soil. The recovery, the coffee waste, and we work with in the state of Chiapas, and we provide workshops so that they can take advantage of the organic waste. They can reintroduce the waste and take advantage of the compost. They can use it for other crops. And we use the borra or this with resin, organic resin. We can generate this type of projects. We substitute those products that are having paper use or some virgin material to be substituted from the waste, because for us it's raw material, in order to reintegrate it to the value chain or chain of value. Another product that we're very proud of are the construction materials that we are using from certain waste, like RCD, which are medic, RPBI, which are medical waste, and these are more resistant, and they have all these certifications in order to introduce a housing that is more accessible for the population. Part of the strategies or platforms, we measure the energy waste, the energy fingerprint, the waste fingerprint, and traceability is nowadays very important. And we are carrying out with some products, even with the tequila. We carry out this traceability, and it gives us from the user, the use, all the way to it specifies the origin of the product, the type of crop that it was, and the hydric fingerprint in order to have a low carbon product. Mexico is doing very strong efforts, and we have a very big opportunity to have an international corridor where we can distinguish this type of sustainable products. In our three countries, we're doing a lot of efforts to have more friendly products, with products more friendly with the environment. So we can distinguish all these in the aspect of sustainability.
Hello, everyone. I have been told by the organizers to speak in French in order to give a little bit of work to the French translators. So if you don't mind, I will speak in French. Donc, merci aux organisateurs de m'avoir invité à cette
Thank you so much to our organizers for inviting us to this forum. I am honored. I'd like to talk about the academic stand in terms of circular economy and what's happening in Quebec. There are many initiatives being developed at this moment. We're also developing a circular economy, and we can see this systemically. The Center for Research that I represent and that I co-founded in 2020 includes 23 people, and we have 43 researchers, professors who come from the Higher School of Engineering, and we represent the research unit. We have different lines of research: innovation, education, and of course, dialogue and transference, to be able to transfer the results of our research to the interested parties. Through innovation and research, we have two main initiatives, what we call the ecosystem for acceleration laboratories for a circular economy. I'd like to tell you what this laboratory is about, and we also have a network of research of circular economy. This is based in Quebec, but it has researchers who come from outside Quebec and Canada. In terms of education, we have two main activities. Our summer school on circular economy, and last summer, we had cohort number 10. It's free of charge, and it's about a circular economy. It's been updated continuously, and it's pretty affordable. In terms of knowledge transfer, we have an online platform, Quebec Circulaire, where we have resources for education on circular economy, as well as some initiatives about circular economy with geo-reference in order to find each of the different initiatives we have. And so the ecosystem of circular economy accelerator labs, this is the center I am now representing. And this is a live lab where we gather the different stakeholders, the different actors of a specific sector. The main idea is to give them a code of operation. We have the different elements on screen, but what's most important is that for the development of solutions that are created through our lab, we need to do that in a collaborative way. And we share all of our results. In each of our labs, we have the same structure. At the beginning, we have researchers who will identify the main activities that are being developed in the Quebec territory in terms of circular economy, which are the different actors. We can define the circular aspects, and we will gather the different actors. We have work data, a vision of what that sector does, and then we identify everyone, and we assign a researcher. We define the different barriers in the circular sector, and then we will co-create solutions to eliminate the barriers that may be technological, behavioral, and then we will test the solutions with projects, with experiments, and at the end of the project, we will transfer that knowledge to the corresponding sectors. All of the different labs follow the same structure. This is a schedule for one of our acceleration labs. This is for a duration of 3 years. And then we define the vision, the barriers, and then we co-create solutions. For the next 2 years, we test the solutions on the field and in reality. And this is the way we develop our acceleration labs for the different sectors. Some sectors are blank, as you can see on the screen, and those are, well, food, construction, health, textile, and food, as I said. We have those as the main laboratories. And we have developed different strategies in the sectors that we identified. We carried out this plan at the Montreal level. And in terms of our research network in 2022, we can see some of the most relevant aspects of circular economy. We have 61 disciplines that are represented. Most of our researchers come from Canada, but we also have some coming from outside Canada and some Mexican researchers. We have different research axes. Each one explores the different characteristics of circular economy, like the society part. And what we want is to advance knowledge so that circular economy can become sustainable. We carry out research work that is financed by this research network. In terms of our circular economy roadmap, we need to know that circular economy is deployed in Quebec going back to 11 years, but only 1 year ago has had this roadmap for circular economy. And our network developed those roadmaps looking to 2015, to the year 2050, involving all of the different society actors. So this is some of the different roadmaps that we have made, and this is so that each of them can contribute to the general roadmap of the Quebec government with different aspects to be researched regarding circular economy. Regarding the data, this is what we have released so far. And in terms of circular economy, this has been diminishing since 2018. We can see we're talking about 3.5 for Quebec economy. And we see that there's a lot of work to be done to ensure the circularity aspect of this. But what is missing is some data that can be accessible, as well as indicators that are reliable. With regards to research lines, and we work with international colleagues on this, we need to be able to continue evolving our circular economy at a country level or at a world level, and to generate indicators to be able to have access to the data. I'd like to tell you that if you would like to join us in our Quebec research network, this is an open network. Anyone can participate. You can join us, and this would allow everyone to contribute with information on circular economy and to represent all of the concerns that exist everywhere. Hopefully, we will have some more time to talk about our labs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think to consider the timeframes that we have, it would be best to start with some questions from the audience and any people who are participating remotely. So we have some over here. And if you'd like to direct it to a certain speaker, please do so, or it can be generally to all four.
Okay.
This is for the Mexican Circular Economy Hub. Manuel Chavez from the Observatory of Climate Change University. I'm coming from Baja California. And this is about the two extremes of circular economy. On one side, we have the big companies. If you could share your opinion on the ESG assets, environmental, social, and governance, and mainly in the United States, where these assets have become most important after the Paris Agreement in 2015. And then in Mexico, we also have the ESGs, whether those are used properly. And then on the other end We have communities, mainly in Mexico,
que son posesionarias de los recursos
which are the
naturales
owners
y que muchas
of
de ellas tienen
natural resources, and many of them have
como se les llama,
solution-based
pero digamos desde antes que
or
existiera
nature-based
el término, ¿no?
solutions,
Y el término de alguna
even before
manera
that concept was
expropia un
born,
poco
because
estas
that
prácticas
name
comunitarias de
excludes
manejo
some
de recursos
practices
naturales, pero
of
también en términos
human resources
de que no tienen
management,
la
but
capacidad,
also
a pesar de que existen
sometimes
estas
they don't
prácticas,
have
la mayoría de las
capacity, although they have the
comunidades
practices.
rurales en
Most of the
México,
rural
municipios en
communities in
México,
Mexico
no tienen la
and its
capacidad para
municipalities, they do
manejo
not
de
have the
residuos
capacity
sólidos.
to manage
También hablando de
solid
FEMSA, y también tuve
waste.
la oportunidad de estar
While
en el FEMSA
FEMSA,
Expedition hace algunas
because I was
semanas
at a
que
FEMSA
platican sobre estos
expedition some
temas,
weeks ago and talked about
sí,
this
hay Oxxos en toda la
topic.
República, ¿no?
There are
Y
OXXO
llevan los
stores,
plásticos
convenience stores
por
everywhere,
toda la
and they
República
have
a
or
comunidades que
transport
no
plastic
tienen
everywhere.
capacidades en
And
manejo de
some
residuos sólidos.
communities do not have this
Y
capacity to
ahí
manage
tenemos a
solid
Coca-Cola
waste.
como puente, ¿no?
So
Entre las
how
grandes
to make that
empresas
bridge between the
y
large
las
companies
comunidades, los
and
municipios que
communities
tienen que
and
manejar estos residuos.
municipalities that need to manage that waste?
Sí, pues muchas gracias por tu pregunta. Es correcto, cada vez son más
Thank you for your question.
importante
That is
integrar
right. It is
este enfoque del
very
ESG
important to
precisamente en colaboración
adopt those principles of
con
ESG in
varias
collaboration with
instituciones,
different
grandes
institutions,
empresas extractoras,
large extracting companies,
áreas de investigación, centros de
areas of
investigación
research or
y
research
pymes.
centers,
Tuvimos
as
un
well as
evento precisamente de
SMEs.
ESG en el mes de enero
We
del
had an
2024,
ESG event
precisamente en
in
esta
January
tocó casi
with that
inaugurarlo.
expedition.
Y
We
el esfuerzo que
were there for the
estamos
opening.
realizando de manera
And
conjunta
the collective effort that we're
entendemos
doing is that
que
we
la problemática
understand that that
no se va a
issue
resolver
will not be
por una
solved
iniciativa del gobierno
by a
unisola o por
government or a
un
single
esfuerzo aislado de
government
una empresa
initiative
una
or
empresa en particular,
an
por un
individual
grupo,
effort made by a single
tampoco
company or
que
by a
una
single
institución
group
académica
or
nueva o
a
comparta una nueva
university
materia en el tema
sharing
de sostenibilidad,
a
sino
new
que es la
subject
suma de todas las
matter at
partes.
their school. It's
Y
the sum
entendemos en
of
colaboración
it all.
que
And
si no vamos
we
transitando y
understand that
moviéndonos
if we do not
estos
move
nuevos enfoques,
towards the new
vamos a perder
approaches, we
competitividad.
will lose
Entonces, en este taller que
competitiveness.
tuvimos,
So
un mes fue un ejercicio
we
bastante
had
dinámico y de
a
investigación acción.
1 month
Reunimos a
workshop.
diferentes perfiles muy
We
diversos,
gathered
lo cual fue
different
muy enriquecedor.
profiles, which was very
Y nos fuimos
enriching.
dando cuenta
And we
que
realized
existen
that
muchos
there are
vocabularios,
different languages.
muchos
There's
vocabularios en el tema de
different
ESG,
vocabularies in
y
terms
lo que
of
está
ESG.
en este momento haciendo
And
falta es que
what is
vayamos
missing
dialogando, vayamos
is that we start
acompañando a todos estos
harmonizing
diferentes actores y tomadores de
all of the
decisión a que
different
entiendan la
actors
importancia de
and,
cómo
and
las
decision
acciones de
makers so
uno
they
impactan
understand
al otro
how
y
one's
viceversa.
actions impact the
Entonces,
other
al
and
hacer
vice
este
versa.
ejercicio,
So
invitando
by
a todos
doing that
estos diferentes
exercise,
actores,
inviting all of the different
vamos
actors,
identificando
we get
cómo
to
una
identify
empresa,
how a company,
una pequeña pyme,
a
forma parte de la
small
cadena de valor
business that is part of the value chain
de alguna empresa
or
grande, puede
of another
definir
large
en este momento
company,
la necesidad de
they have
transitar
the
hacia
need
aquellos
to make
CEOs
that
que
transition
no tengan
because
la
those
capacidad de tomar
CEOs
decisiones
that
en
are
base a
not
la
able to
sostenibilidad,
make decisions
pues
on a
van perdiendo
sustainable
rentabilidad en
way,
sus competencias
they will
y
start to
cambiando los
lose
impactos de las acciones de las grandes
productivity and
empresas,
competition.
redirigir con beneficios
And so they need to
a
start
la inserción e
choosing
integración de las pequeñas comunidades.
ways to
Estos ejercicios son
integrate
los que estamos
the small
realizando.
communities. So
Sabemos
that's what
que
we're doing.
de
We
manera
know
voluntaria hoy México está
that
avanzando hacia ello.
on
Hay
a
algunos esfuerzos que de manera
voluntary fashion,
proporcional de ellos en
Mexico
algunos
is
estados de manera
going
aislada lo
there.
están realizando. Lo
Some
que falta es
individual
estandarizarlo y
states are going
homologarlo,
there, but now we
tener
need
estos
standardization.
estos
And we need to
espacios,
have
plataformas a nivel
these
federal
spaces at a federal
que obedezcan
level
a
that will
certificaciones internacionales.
be guided by
Afortunadamente,
international
diferentes organismos
standards.
están haciendo su trabajo.
And many international organizations are doing their work.
Nos encontramos aquí reunidos para
We're
hablar
now
de este tema.
here gathered to address this issue. But yes, a community needs to be integrated, and how to have southern Chiapas communities that are working with their crops. They need to be found in a need to integrate their products and all of their work in the large companies' value chains and vice versa. So fortunately, the carbon market is now giving certain benefits. Also, the government is offering some benefits. with the development funds for circular economy. So we're doing the work, and this work will not be defined in just a certain period of time. This is a long-term race where we all need to participate. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and maybe I can address a different part of the question that you asked. So you were talking about the stores with all the packaging and the local municipalities or just jurisdictions not being able to manage all of that waste. And so one thing that I had mentioned in my presentation that I think is a big policy area right now is extended producer responsibility, or EPR. So that concept that it shouldn't just be up to those municipalities to figure out what to do with that waste without the resources. And so with the EPR types of policies, that responsibility or the part of that burden is shifted to the companies that are producing all of that packaging. And so, we might think of it as a kind of a simple example of companies who produce a bag of chips or some kind of a other type of container for the food that's being sold at those stores. Just you have to pay a couple of cents into a system to handle the end of life. And with that also comes with the opportunity for more systemic change. So rather than just figuring out how to recycle something or how to landfill or incinerate, there's an opportunity for figuring out how to reimagine a system for reuse, so that you're reusing bottles and other containers in a way that supports the municipality. And so I think that's a really exciting part of policy that's being discussed right now. We know that Canada's been in the lead for a while on that. In the US, we've adopted, about 7 states have adopted those types of policies for packaging, and we're in the regulatory phase of just figuring out what that looks like in each of those different states. And with Mexico, there are some discussions going on now, but I've only been in this position for about 2 months for North America, expanding my scope. So please come and talk to me more about that if anyone else would like to chat about it. But thank you for your question.
We have a question remotely or right here? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Well, I'm Francisco Solorio. I think that Canada has made significant progress in developing circular economy acceleration labs, integrating public policy, technological innovation, and business collaboration. My question is, what key elements of this model could Mexico adopt or adapt to its respective context, especially considering their differences in infrastructure, regulatory framework, and industrial approaches?
La question est pour moi. Oui. Le concept de laboratoire d'accélération peut être utilisé partout.
The acceleration laboratory can be carried out everywhere. It's not only limited to Quebec. Only the device that we develop take into consideration the participation of the role players or it doesn't matter where we are. The main idea is to have techniques so that everybody can participate, so that we can identify the issues and also have the participation of a creation of a solution, and that these solutions can take into consideration the limitations of each one. Each party will develop their own solutions, and it will be more simple to make these solutions and to solve them in a practical manner. A concrete example, in the first laboratory that we established was in the construction sector. The laboratory lasted 3 years for the first part. We had more than 300 participants in the laboratory. This means we had all the elements of the chain value, the manufacturers of the materials, we had the architects, we had the interior designers, We had the managers of real estate, the companies that recover the construction waste, and all these people, besides the researchers who thought together in order to find systemic solutions for the construction sector. Everybody together through 70 different workshops defined 17 solutions which were tested through 19 experiment projects that lasted between 1 or 2 years. All of these results are accessible in an internet site which is called Circular Construction, and the results belong to everybody. Any organization, any individual, any government can take the results and they can use them. This is the concept of the laboratory. To respond to your question, it can be carried out in Mexico, the United States, and France. It doesn't matter because the logic is to generate and is generic. The difference are the techniques that allow, once again, to take advantage at its maximum the collective intelligence of the participants. For the textile laboratory, we didn't have the same numbers. We didn't have so many participants. It was a laboratory for foods. Then we had to go to the phase of experiments, and the solutions had to be tested on the field. Then we transferred this to the different role players. And you already guessed, the part of financing is the most important. How can we finance this? Because we require research funds in order to develop experiments with these solutions. In Quebec, the main part comes from the government of Quebec. We also have some contributions from the Canadian government, and we also have funds from philanthropy that allows us to look for the necessary funds to carry out these different laboratories. I don't know if I answered your question.
Julie, I believe you have an online question.
Yes, Bob, thank you. So we have a question from Marisol Guerrero in Spanish, but I'm going to tell it in English. So very interesting presentation, thank you. And the question is, how is Biopapel performing the regeneration of water supply sources?
Gracias, qué amable. Mira, en Biopapel nosotros definimos nuestra economía circular, primero entendiendo
the circular economy, understanding that we have to look at profitability, not only recycling 100% of our raw material and to turn them into a new product. We work with the electric energy, with a portfolio of energy for our processes. With regards to water, we have made a lot of progress, and we have 85% recycling of water. Then we are closing circuits. We have installed and we have invested in primary, secondary, and tertiary and fourth systems. We have a very interesting example of Sayuca, if you would like to see it. And you can see that it is a zero discharge. There's no water in the area. So we use the water and recycle the water. So in the topic of recycling networks, the topic of the electric energy generation, the water treatment systems, and all the interested social interested groups, internal and external. For us, is how we make compatible the rentability and sustainability. This is why it's called circular economy. Good morning, Karina Rojas from the University of Colima. I'm a scientist, academia, and director of environmental management. For 3 consecutive years in the University of Colima, we have carried out the first year, the University Forum of Circular Economy, the second Circular Economy Forum, and in this year, 2025, the National Forum of Circular Economy. We have followed this strategy with the recommendation made by the Science Institute, and we put the environment in the center, and we make a collaboration and participative with the academia, with companies and government. My question is for Jenny Romer from Ellen MacArthur. What strategy in an effective and efficient manner can we follow? Can the universities follow and research centers in order to make the efforts more efficient and that they are guided and they go hand in hand with the construction of policies, strategies that can be linked between themselves, between the three countries in order to strengthen this route or this strategy or this path in North America?
Thank you. That's a big question to solve at this stage right now. But I appreciate it. I think zooming out and thinking of what can we do with policy in North America to go towards circularity, and I appreciate also bringing in the universities and what research can be done there. But really looking at the full scope of potential policies, to like the 5 policy goals that I was mentioning, to look at what is kind of most approachable maybe in the short term, and also in the long term. I know that we're working right now with CEC on a project specific to cell phones in North America as one thing to look at, to see, looking at this one product that we know has so much value as far as the materials in it, and is valuable as far as potential secondary markets and all of that. But I think using that or looking at that as a way to look more broadly at what are the specific issues and what are the bright spots, and how can we strategize to make that particular product more circular within North America. But I think looking more broadly, so happy to talk to you about that project after as one example. But I think looking beyond that on kind of what does that roadmap look like? Where do universities and research, where does that fit in? And that's one of the policy pillars, but making sure that we're looking at all of the policy pillars together to make sure that research and the education really ties in to the others too, to make sure that we're moving forward with the best policies, and in places where we can harmonize to do so. Thank you. I don't know if anyone else has anything.
I believe we have another online question.
Yes, Bob. This is a question from Joanne Saint-Godard for Daniel Normandin. The question is in English, and here's the question. How do the living labs track the work to see how it gets adopted by the collaborators who participate? And the following question, do they measure impacts?
Joanne. En fait, on n'a pas la capacité de... Nous n'avons pas la capacité de suivre l'évolution je dirais, de l'implantation des solutions qui ont été développées par les laboratoires. L'idée, en fait, c'est que toute l'information qui a été générée durant les laboratoires sont accessibles. Donc,
all the education is accessible. And like I mentioned it before, it is possible for everybody to make solutions, to have solutions, and to implement them on the field. We know that we don't have the capability, I would say, to follow that evolution for the implementation or for the application for these different solutions. It will be impossible because there are too many. For the construction sector, we know that many companies at the end had many autonomous initiatives of implementation of solutions, circular solutions. and at the level of research networks of circular economy, one of the objectives was to put an observatory of circularity and to make it sectorial, to do what we wanted to do and to continue the evolution of circular for all the key sectors, construction, food, plastics, textile, and all these strategic sectors, and make a follow-up for each sector. And if you want to see it that way, to make an added value of all these sectorial measures in order to measure the circularity of time, but the observatory is not implemented. This is one of the projects that is on its way right now. Did I answer your two questions? Did I answer?
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy buenas tardes ya, ¿verdad? Soy Socorro García. Soy artesana, habitante de una comunidad
I'm a
indígena
craftsperson. I live in a Nahuatl community in Namtlalcuella in the state of Puebla.
Soy bióloga.
I am a biologist. I'm a student of a master's degree,
Pero antes que todo eso también
but
soy activista.
I'm an activist also, environmental promoter, cultural promoter, and health promoter in my community. I would like to ask, listening to all these very interesting presentations, very eloquent in the topic, I would like to talk from the context that somebody mentioned before. He was talking about that we are in a capitalist system where the way of producing and consuming, it captures us, and we are beyond these solutions that we are looking for. In this sense, talking about circularity as a system, I ask myself, and I think based on the responsibility that the colleague from the University of Colorado was mentioning, also representatives from indigenous communities. These alliances and the alliance that all of us should carry out with the Mother Earth in our territories. That alliance where beyond the price, the money that is established, we would have to have an alliance and a responsibility. In this sense, I ask myself, and I think, where in these circular systems that we are talking about and that we want to implement, or that are being implemented or have been implemented, and those who generate waste. And also, we go beyond not only waste as such, solid waste. It's the generation of diseases, the generation of cultural rupture. I heard that you talked about Chiapas. Chiapas is considered the state with the greatest with the greatest consumption of Coca-Cola, beyond the mean of the world. We have it here in Chiapas. And also, in that sense, there are studies that talk about how the culture has been affected. And in these traditional practices, Coca-Cola has intervention of cosmology, because when you burp, you take out the gas, and they say that you're burping the devils. or the demons. So we, in those sessions of Mayan sessions, things have changed even culturally. So where is the accountability for each one of us of what we produce, being accountable for your waste, for people who are sick, and of the water, of course, of water contamination. Thank you. But also this rupture, this cultural rupture of our communities. Why? Because we are immersed, we are trapped. It is a system that has trapped us. How do you become accountable for this? Be accountable for the waste as a minimum. How can we put it as a solution based on nature and in this alliance that we need to have first with Mother Earth?
Daniel?
Je pense que le principal mécanisme d'action, c'est la
I think that
sensibilisation.
the main action we need to carry out is bringing awareness, also training. Most of the citizens are not assessing correctly what are the impacts of their consumption, because they never learned this at school, the relationship between consumption and the environment. And so for circular economy can be developed in a fast and systemic way, we need to find resources for consumers and future consumers. This starts at school, but also with current consumers, so they are aware about the impact that they have through our everyday consumption. In Quebec or in North America, our footprint as individuals is so important. And to respond to individual consumption at Quebec, the material footprint is 34 tons. 34 tons. And this is only for Quebecois products. This is only for Canadian and American consumers. In Europe, the footprint is not as high, 34. And in Africa, it's 2 tons per inhabitant. And so to be able to respond to the consumption and production needs, some researchers estimate that we would have to lower our material footprint to 8 tons. So we would have to go from 34 to 8 tons, sorry. So we need to be able to preserve our well-being with less material or less matter. There are 2 possible solutions. First off is raising awareness, education. Every time there is consumption, we need to know what the impact is. And then the other one is to be able to separate in terms of consumption. We do not separate impacts, and this is so important for society. To know what the environmental cost is of all of the different goods. So humans, as we are, we do not pay for that in terms of money, so we waste. But when we have to pay for it, we preserve it, we take care of it. And that's so important. And we need to consider all of those indirect costs. That is one measure. And this is so difficult for governments to implement this, because if they suddenly decide to do that, the price would rise so much. And probably that official would not be re-elected if they do that. So we need to strike a balance between doing that so that this price can be as neutral as possible. But we need to send a signal or communications to consumers that when they consume, there are environmental impacts that are important and that they need to gain awareness on what they consume. I hope I answered your question, but we definitely need to focus on education and on the cost and the benefit of each consumption. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. My name is Alejandro Sosa. This is a personal comment. If you're not strong enough, you may leave the room, because this may be a bit harsh. First of all, I'd like to say that I partially agree with some of the interventions, mainly with Ellen MacArthur, and let me tell you why. Some years ago, we received an environmental guru in terms of waste, and he told us about 3 principles worldwide. First, everything has a cost. The second principle was that consumers always pay. Any mechanism that can be a tax or any use or any mechanism will represent a cost to us consumers. And so I asked about the third one, and he said it has to do with transparency, responsibility, accountability, and of course, this needs to lead to a behavioral change. And I'm bringing this napkin, which I use, and then I throw it like this. And I demand the manufacturer to come and pick up, which I already used and threw. And I think that we all have the solution in our hands. And so the extended responsibility ERP, I understand it as a responsibility that has to be limited so that we also take part of it and so that we all can contribute to a solution. I'd like to give a message to MexHub. I want to congratulate you what you're doing. I think that the public policies need to be very well thought, because we're talking about value in circular economy, the value that is created, the one that is preserved, and the one that grows. And so each measure that we take that will reduce the value to that circle will make the return slower, or it can even stop it. So in that regard, I'd like to offer a reflection. I just wrote an article in which I make some calculations, and you can all have access to this. This was for the Mexican Academy of Environmental Impact. What I say is that the prohibition of plastic bags in Mexico, how much is that costing us, and what are the effects that we can see? The calculation is very simple. You can see it in my article. It is 0.2% of the issue, of the problem of waste in Mexico, and the cost is very high. So I need to consider this in our reflections when we have the power to make decisions that are impacting millions of people in the world. And I think that we can do better. Thank you.
And unfortunately, we're out of time, but I want to also mention that you can submit questions or comments to the CEC and they can assure that the panelists receive your comments and questions or pass them along, or you can obviously contact them directly. We're all in this together. It's going to take everyone working together. There are many sides to the issue. It's very simple in one way and very complicated in another. And we need leadership from the private sector, the public sector, and all of you. So thank you so much to our panel, and we really appreciate all that you've done. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Bob, and all the invited panelists for the very insightful remarks and for taking the time to participate in the event. I would now like to present the results of our last poll. If we could put them on the screen, please. Which factor is key to accelerating the transition to a circular economy? Again, we've got some close feedback here, but it seems that the policy and regulatory frameworks for everyone is the #1 avenue. Thank you for participating. I'm going to introduce Paolo Solano from the CEC, Director of Legal Affairs and of the Submissions on Enforcement Matters Unit. But before I introduce him, I would like to launch the next poll. We could put it on the screen. What's one action the private sector should take to advance circularity? I think we've heard some comments on that throughout the morning. But this time around, we will show the results after the lunch break. So take some time, consider that question. And now I'm going to pass the microphone over to you, Paolo.
Thank you very much, Rafael, and thank you, Bob, for moderating this panel. Voy a hacer mi intervención en español.
I'm going to make my presentation in Spanish because I'm in my country and this is an official language in the Commission for Environmental Cooperation. In the last question that was made with regards to how to ensure a circular economy, the majority of the people said, okay, we have a regulatory policy, but what I'm going to talk about at this moment is the mechanism of SEMS. How do we have a mechanism in the frame of the treaty that ensures the participation, your participation, so that the laws that we have can be enforced? I would like to thank the Mexican delegation and my colleagues for receiving us and to accept this public forum of the CEC and the JPAC. And this, the submission for enforcement matters, and to present the status that we have met this last year, and also to leave something. If you want to come to us and ask any questions, we will be more than happy to answer them. The SEM process allows you to present a petition to the Secretariat in which you ensure that a party is incurring in the violation of environmental laws. This allows to have information regarding the topics that are discussed in a petition. This process, this original process in Articles 14 and 15 of the North American Free Trade Agreement, this agreement was enforced since 1994, 2020, and on July the 1st of 2020, the infamous TEKEG went into force, and also the Environmental Cooperation Agreement went into force. And in this transition, it incorporated all the petitions in the environmental chapter of the UMEC. And now it's in Articles 27, 28, and 24.27 and 24.28. It's the same process. I'm not going to go into detail because it's going to be very long. The process includes several phases. I don't want to go into details, but basically it starts with a petition in which we mention the lack of compliance with the law or that it's not being enforced effectively. The confirmations and the communications to the state and to the state party state, and we do an acceptance and that the law that is being enforced is an environmental law according to the agreement. And if we consider this, if we consider that this can go further, we give an answer to the party or the country or the state party. We receive an answer from the party, and with this response, we can determine whether we have, whether it merits a SEM. Once we have the file, we have to wait for a file, a record, a factual record. I'm sorry. We have to have a factual record. Once we have the factual record, we carry out field trips, we request information, and we start gathering technical information and information regarding public policies for the enforcement of the law. And then we submit a factual record. We send it to the council, and then we receive comments from the parties, and the information becomes public. The information that we gather becomes public, and we present it in a technical report in the 3 languages of the CEC. We do this in a very transparent manner and also guaranteeing your participation. Next, please. To date, we have received 115 petitions since 1994. Of these 115, not all of them have a factual record. And 18 results. About 2 weeks ago, we published the factual record for hydraulic fracturing, and we have 2 more files that are in the final stages of its publication. And now, Esteban Salcedo, who is the legal attorney, he speaks perfect Spanish, so he won't have any problem in guiding you, and he can tell you what we're doing in these last few days. Thank you, Paolo. Now I'm going to make a summary of the petitions that have ended in a factual record in the last year. And first, I start with hydraulic fracturing in Nuevo León. This petition was submitted in 2018 under the old treaty, and it was concluded last month. In this petition and in the factual record, we talk about hydraulic fracturing in the exploratory side of 2 wells in Nuevo León. The 2 wells were part of a comprehensive project of the Burgos Basin, which was carried out by Pemex, and it is a project that concluded more than 6,000 wells and anything related to hydraulic. In the research that was carried out by the Secretariat and the information provided by the consulting companies, we couldn't confirm the water sources that were used for these wells. Also, the Secretariat establishes in the factual record that there will be no concessions for water recovery before starting the study works or the works being under study. The factual records also mention that the aquifers had deficits in water availability, even though we were not able to establish the degree of impact between these water deficits and the use of water in the construction and in the exploration of these wells. we couldn't present either a complete perspective of the quality of water or the liquid components that were used for fracturing because this information was not made public. We don't know the compounds that were used in this fracturing, hydraulic fracturing. The analysis, the water analysis that were available for the Secretariat were partial analysis, and they didn't include all the information regarding metals and toxic products. The factual record also mentions that the CONAGUA said that they didn't have jurisdiction in the corresponding laws to regulate the water used in the hydraulic fracturing process. Now, there's another factual record that is in the final, in its final stage. This is the vaquita marina, the marine vaquita. This mentions that the decrease of vaquitas is due to the incidental capture during illegal fishing of Totoaba. And the vaquita is one of the most endangered species, which is in the high Gulf of California. And it is mentioned that there are about 10 vaquitas. The totoaba is a fish that is also an endangered fish, and it lives with the vaquita. In 2022, the Secretariat recommended the preparation of a factual record with regards to the enforcement of certain laws, like the General Law of Wildlife and other regulations that have to do with fishery. In July 7, a few days ago, the Secretariat submitted the factual record to the Council. And the third factual record, which is also in an advanced stage, is the right whale in the North Atlantic. This petition was presented by Oceana in 2021, and it mentions that the United States is not enforcing effectively the environmental laws related to the travel limits, the speed limits for ships. The right whale, like vaquita, is one of the endangered species in the world. According to the last estimates, there are less than 350 less than 350 right whales and 70 reproductive females. And this is quite as part of the factual records for SEM. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to understand what happens after, once you already have the factual record, and if there's any results. We know that there's a factual record, but what does the CEC do after the facts as such? And what do you recommend in that case? We don't have a mandate as such to make it mandatory for a state to carry out actions in one sense or the other. What we do, once they ask me, well, you don't have any teeth. We don't have teeth, but we have eyes. And we made all the information very public. The process sees two interesting aspects in the frame of the CEC. Once we publish the factual record under the treaty, the Environmental Committee of the United States-Mexico Cooperation Agreement to implement a cooperation agreement. We haven't had this experience yet. I think that the first file that we presented was the Kawama turtle, and maybe in the Vaquita file, we would see something like that. But this responds to what the Council can determine. It would be a great opportunity to close these topics and to respond to them in a cooperation agreement. The Commission, the CC, has this infrastructure in order to present other solutions to the topics that are presented.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es María
My
Eugenia
name is
González
María
Ávila.
Eugenia
Vengo
González
del Colegio de la
Ávila.
Frontera Norte.
I'm from
Y mi
Colegio de la
pregunta es
Frontera
muy
Norte,
básica.
and my question is
Estamos haciendo un
basic.
diagnóstico para
We
una
are doing
comunidad
a
que se
diagnosis
está
for a
inundando su
community
río.
that is
Es el
being
río
impacted
Ramos
in
en
the
Nuevo León.
river is being impacted,
Y
Rio
el problema es
Ramos
que
in
ya
Nuevo
hemos,
León. And
aparte lo hicimos por un interés
we did it
científico, pero ya llegó el
because of
punto
a
en que vemos que
scientific
todas las
interest,
instancias del
but we
gobierno
see
están
that all
haciendo
the
caso
government
omiso.
agencies
Y
are
la
not putting
comunidad
attention
afectada no
to
entiende
this
cuál sería el
situation.
procedimiento
And the
para que las
affected
instancias
community,
nacionales
the
hagan
national
caso omiso.
agencies do
¿Entraría
not
un
pay
caso
attention.
así
And
para enviarlo con ustedes?
can we send a case like this one to you? Those are the type of situations that we receive. The petitioner goes to different forums, different agencies, different mechanisms that exist in national agencies, and they don't feel any response. They don't feel that they've been taken care of adequately. So we would have to see what includes. We would have to analyze it, but these are the type of issues that we look at. And if you want to come to my group, we can discuss it.
Hola, buenas tardes a
Good
todos.
afternoon.
Particularmente con el caso de la
Specifically,
vaquita
in the
marina,
case of the
¿qué
vaquita,
hace o
what
cuál es el siguiente paso
what is the
de
next
SEM,
step
de las peticiones SEM?
of the
Pues
SEM
en el caso
petitions?
de la vaquita
In
marina,
the
no
case of vaquita,
solamente interviene América del Norte,
we
sino
don't only
también
have
se
North
sabe
America,
toda
but
la
we also
cadena
know
ilegal
the
en
whole
cuanto al
illegal
tráfico de la
chain
vejiga
with
natatoria que se
regards
usaba
to
en
the
Japón.
bladder.
Entonces, ¿qué
The
hace la
bladder,
SEM
what
a
does
esta
SEM do
recomendación,
for
no
this
solamente en América del Norte,
recommendation?
porque es un
Not only in
problema
North America,
mundial, y
because this is a world
particularmente de
issue,
grupos
and specifically of
de tráfico de
groups
especies en
of
México
traffic of
particularmente?
species, specifically in Mexico.
Excelente pregunta. O sea, el tema de
Great
la vaquita es un
question.
tema
The topic of the
muy complejo.
vaquita
Llevo aquí
is very
llevando
complex topic.
participación de México.
We have Mexico's participation,
Coger la
and
delegación de la
we
Secretaría de
get the
Gobernación para
information
ese campo y en
in order to do field work,
lo que vamos a presentar muy
and
próximamente en
we're going to present very soon in the factual record of the vaquita.
una vez que nosotros
Once we publish the factual record, it corresponds to the environmental committee to determine, to say maybe it would be worthwhile to have a cooperation program. Honestly, I feel that here we have a great opportunity because Mexico and the United States have great interest in continuing with the protection of the vaquita and mechanisms of surveillance regarding regarding the traffic of the bladders from Tatotuaba. And there is, we observe it in Mexico. We are observing it very closely. Semarnat, the Secretariat of the Marine, CONAMP, they are carrying out very intense work. It hasn't been sufficient, the topic of vaquita. It's getting out of our hands, and it is something that from the government of Mexico, we saw it. There's great interest in continuing with the conservation efforts of the vaquita. Maybe if I could add, you asked for recommendations. Factual records do not include recommendations. After being made public, the Committee of the Environment, they can recommend cooperation among the parties.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Abelardo Castillo del
Abelardo Castillo, Intercultural Center of Studies in Puerto Peñasco, Sonora, an organization that has been working for 45 years and has long experience working with fishermen and all this thing about the vaquita. It's very clear what your position is. That's the use of the Totoaba bladder. Not only do they use it in the Orient, they export it out of the border. this topic of the petitions presented to the CEC with regards to the threat of the gasoducto in Puerto Libertad, Sonora, gasoduct or the gas duct in with regards to the whales, and because it comes from Texas all the way to Puerto Libertad. Very briefly, yes, the enforcement that is formed by China, the United States, and Mexico, we will submit it in the factual record, and the swim bladder is in China. This problem is not only in Mexico. There's also a great interest from the United States and from the authorities to stop this use. There are other actions to generate the reproduction of totoaba. There is a law that was just issued in order to be able to allow the export of totoaba, which is reproduced in farm. So it responds to an important aspect, which is the use of the totoaba. In another aspect, if you want to talk to me later on, I would be more than happy to discuss it with you. They're asking me to stop talking. If not, you're not going to have lunch.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I think we can all agree that this morning was filled with very rich discussions, and this afternoon will provide all of you the opportunity to share your insights through an open dialogue. We'll begin with a presentation by Amelia Monteros, who is part of our traditional ecological knowledge expert group. And that will be followed by the open dialogue I was talking about with the JPAC members as part of our third and last session of the day. And that open dialogue will be kicked off by a presentation from Rodolfo Lassi. So before we continue with the intervention from Amelia Monteros, I would like to present the results of the poll we did just before lunch, which includes some comments that we received from members of the public. So if we can pop that on the screen, please. Okay. So those are comments we received. I'm going to read them. Okay. So from Lorena Gomez Pineda, her comments related to the question of what's one action that the private sector should take to advance circularity. She suggests to disseminate clear and truthful information about their products, adopt good practices of extended producer responsibility, use less and less virgin fiber in their transformation processes, and work closely with different communities. Perfect. Another comment, collaborate with other business on their industry to pressure suppliers and policymakers to level the playing field for circular business models and the market for recycled materials. Okay, I'm going to read this one in French. Okay, inciter les opérateurs économiques à instaurer des stratégies de ressources RC, I don't even know the acronym.
Strategies, resources, I'm not sure about the acronym, but to make it sustainable. Anyone knows what that acronym in French is? Because I'm only used to using it in French to incentivize the notion of circularity from inception.
Perfect. Thank you all for your ongoing participation. I think the live comment is a great feature, especially to incentivize that ongoing dialogue throughout the day. So please continue to tune in with the QR code to send your questions. You remember about the 3 ways you can submit your questions and your comments. You'll have the opportunity to do so as well throughout the day. I would like to launch the next poll for the day, which is going to be put up on the screen. Which elements of traditional ecological knowledge do you see as especially powerful in guiding sustainable pathways? Again, you can select one or multiple items from the list here. The results from this poll will be read by Emilia Monteros after her intervention and her remarks. So Emilia, I'm going to call you up now to give some remarks.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre, como bien lo dijeron, es Amelia Reina Monteros Gijón y formo parte del Grupo de Conocimiento Ecológico Tradicional. Primero, antes que todo, buen provecho a todos. Espero que no estén tan adormilados. Espero que estén bien. Y bueno, en segundo lugar, quiero pedir permiso al dador de la vida para poder decirles unas palabras a nuestros ancestros que nos convocaron aquí y sobre todo a todos sus corazones, a todos los corazones
I'd
que están
like to share these words with you and ask for permission to the giver of life and to talk to our ancestors. I'll begin by saying that the term of circular economy is new for indigenous peoples. But I have to say that this part of circular economy has been part of all of our existence. It is not a term that we don't know of. This is something that we have carried for generations, and we have considered it. Circular economy goes beyond recycling. That is only a very small part of what circular economy is. It also is linked to the environment or with the society and all of the care we need to have. But as indigenous peoples, we do not see economy the same way other people do. We see it with the respect, the love, and the possibility to give, but also to be in a possibility to receive from nature. We're not selling crafts. For us, it's that space that we dedicate in our family, in our existence, to give that to the product that we sell. Unlike machines, machines can produce in high volumes, but we produce with our hard work and telling our family that sometimes we don't get to see because we have to work to be able to do this. So that takes part of our essence, of our being. As indigenous peoples, we also carry out ceremonies. We ask for permission. We are aligned with nature and we do not take more than what we need. And that is essential. We only take what we need. In hunting, we know what animal to hunt. We're not going to hunt a puppy, for example, because we need to comply with some characteristics. When we consider everything that has to do with large companies, we see things differently. It doesn't matter how much they get, but they want to meet a certain volume, even if they're harming nature, and they do not consider humans and beings. A long time ago, we had to become resilient to change, and we have been adapting to modern life. As I was saying, medicinal plants in the past no longer have the same effect nowadays. Now you need to mix them with something else for them to have the same effect because climate change is killing them. It is reducing their power. They're not what they used to be. So when we collect, when we hunt, that's what we do first. We ask for permission. And after that, we always thank. And I think that every indigenous people's cosmovision is very different. And unfortunately, they have not been respected They have not been valued. They have not recognized that indigenous peoples hold that knowledge and that it can help be more sustainable and to not harm our environment. Let us remember that the best forests, the best ecosystems are in indigenous reserves. Let's make an analysis. Let's stop and analyze why. Because they're more protected and they're richer in terms of species, although in other places they're endangered because we're careful. And if we have to cut down a tree, we see first that we're not harming another ecosystem. There are different species living in a tree. And unfortunately, that comes from a different kind of vision. We have an interrelationship with all of our cosmos, with nature, with water. What we think of Mother Nature is that she is our mother, our supplier. Water is its blood. It gives us life. We also respect air. And sometimes in large cities like Mexico City, you can see all the pollution, all the smog of such a large city. And about water, you know that this is a vital liquid. And not only large companies are polluting it, so are we. We don't always have that care or sensitivity to understand that it's a live being that needs to be cared for. We need it, but they also, or it also needs us. We need more of those resources than the other way around, but we are depleting them. We do not have that recognition of what the true worth is behind them. You want things to be measured and quantified? Well, go to an indigenous reservation. That's something that can be quantified. The love for the land, for water, the communities, that vision, that cosmo vision, and that love for everything else and not to harm anything. And that is quantifiable. So please look at us, see us. Our wisdom, our knowledge is the basic thing we should all know. And that wisdom will take us to improving all different aspects: economy, forestry, flora, fauna. And that is so important. Nature and human beings are not separated. We're one and the same. But unfortunately, very few of us stop and think that if we harm something, it can also be harming me, or it can harm future generations. Something that we always consider is ancestral knowledge of our elders, of how they can transmit to us what other elders have given them. And sometimes we waste that knowledge and we do not carry it forward to our children. And this is something else we're trying to recover: how to pass this knowledge to our children and to future generations. Because we know that we will be leaving the eternal to another realm. However, this knowledge, if not passed, it can be lost, as many indigenous languages that have been lost because they're not practiced. So I think it's so important that you see our indigenous philosophies and our concepts of harmony, of love, respect. And what's most important is that we are not seeing the true value of it. We don't know how to value what we have until we lose it. Oh, I used to drink water from that river, and that doesn't happen because now it's polluted. Or hey, I did not used to feel such warm or so hot in a place. It's so many examples. And sometimes there's no going back. There are many endangered species. And even if we're trying to save them, it's not possible to do it. It would be great if we had a magic wand and we could save them instantly, but that's not the case. We need to do many things for our brothers and sisters to not die. In my community, we call them our brothers, our sisters, because they give to us and we give back to them. As part of all of this, I've watched many things that have made me so happy. And I'm so happy for the CEC to play this part and to have TEK as part of their organization, Traditional Ecological Knowledge. And I would love for this to go beyond and for private companies to see us and to know that with traditional ecological knowledge, we can make synergies and work together. And they can work without harming the environment, as we just saw. And we will be happy because they're not damaging our lands, our ecosystems. And I think that's so important. That's the best thing that can be done at universities. For example, in Mexico, there is no subject that is addressing all of this in high school. Maybe when they go to university, they can do it, but this is not found at the high school level yet. So I think that it can help us value our roots as indigenous people so that we can become visible and let people know that the knowledge is very useful and that is reflected everywhere. We see the importance of this knowledge in many of the actions undertaken by the CEC. The CEC has done a lot to foster these efforts and to really give importance to TEK. It's not easy. It's like a tree when planted. You will not see the fruit instantly. Maybe other generations will get to do that, but not ourselves. So I think that we need to design sustainable solutions that are not only for the governments, but also for public and private companies, as well as for other sectors, like economy and other sectors, because this type of knowledge is fundamental for different aspects, different areas, not only for this. It's so broad, and we need to consider the fact that having this knowledge and being respectful can address so many things. And this will bring long-term benefits, not only immediate benefits. Having a healthy ecosystem means that there will be good life, not so much pollution, not so much hunger, and a different lifestyle. Within this economy, we could think of a very balanced, holistic, spiritual economy. the commitments that we need to make first with ourselves and with whatever we do. If it doesn't harm me, it will not harm anyone else. But sometimes we do not reflect how much something can harm us. And that's why we don't think of the harm on others, because I'm not reflecting before these actions. We need to create different ways that are nature-based. So how to do something that can be combined with the different ways, the modern ways, but always to think of nature first, the natural, the holistic way, a way that will not harm me or others. And what I get or take away from the previous sessions that is aligned with traditional ecological knowledge is respect. Respect is the first thing, because sometimes people come, they want to install things, create projects, and they don't even ask about what the traditions are, what the vision is, what the philosophy of that community is. And they want to implement their actions without considering the people who live there. They are coming to our territory. We're not coming to their land. So if they're coming to our land, they need to respect us. They need to understand the magnificence of our knowledge and of our indigenous communities, and also to respect our elders, because sometimes they think, no, I don't want to work with them. I want to work with the youth. And that's not correct. They're the first to be considered so that we can afterwards open up the scope and see what else we can do. The value we need to give to everything we do, and the value we need to give to everyone. If we do not value ourselves, we will not get good results. The vision and the cosmovision and traditions are something hard to explain, but not hard to understand if you are willing and open to be in rapport and in harmony. There's something that we have that I heard at least twice today, which is that we need to raise awareness. We need people to know who the indigenous peoples are, what they do, why they do it, and why TEK is so important in ecology, how far it can get, what benefits it can give. But if we don't know how they live, their structures, what they do, we're not going to be able to achieve many things. An important thing we need to have is education, and not only at school. Education based on the social, moral principles, and again, the values that we need to hold. We need to carry out an assessment and to be aware that not everything we produce needs to be disposed of or recycled. It needs to go beyond in the proper use and giving back to nature what we're taking from it. How can we do that? How can we make that happen?
I think that we have to look for mechanisms in order to have traditional ecological knowledge in several parts, not only among a few parts in some institutions, but this should be done broader and to reach more places. The indigenous vision of our collective economic culture is being united. We have to make more efforts so that this can happen. Our future is in your hands. You know how we can do it. If I'm not talking of our future as indigenous person, but as a human being, as a planet, what are we going to do? It is necessary to look for steps and transitions, some of which are coming from indigenous thinking, The necessary policies to implement transformation should make reference and reflect and describe the alignment with indigenous principles and economic directives. I believe that everything that has been spoken here has been great. It has been of great analysis in order to carry it out. I would invite you to add traditional ecological knowledge, add it to your workplaces, and you should see that you will have great changes in order to fill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emilia, so much for your intervention, and to all the other traditional ecological knowledge expert group members. Thank you for joining us and for your constant support and input into our work. So now we'll begin our third and final session of the day, and I'm very happy to introduce Rodolfo Lassi, who is also a former JPAC member from Mexico. After Rodolfo, I will invite the JPAC members to join me on the stage and at the podium. So Rodolfo Lassi Tamayo is an academic and an independent international consultant in environmental science and engineering who advises the Sustainability Office of the National Autonomous University of Mexico and the Environment and Sustainability Leadership Program of the College of Mexico, COLMEX. He recently served as a special envoy for scientific affairs to the United Nations. From 2008 to 2012, he was a member of the JPAC of the Commission for Environmental Cooperation. He coordinated and co-authored Mexico's first State of the Environment report and is the author of a wide range of publications on environmental planning and air quality. Rodolfo.
Bien, pues el día de hoy me ha tocado.
I am going to talk to you about making some type of summary of information, data, experiences that I saw this morning in the two sessions, one based on circular economy and the other one on nature-based solutions. I'm going to talk going from vision to action. I carried out these. I'm going to tell you that this is not a presentation that I have. Comprehensive in the sense that I see the whole spectrum of these two topics, but how some examples to emphasize those things that are necessary to carry out in our society and at a trilateral level in order to accomplish that vision that we have. The first one is this vision that I like very much. I'm going to use images from two artists. So we would like that enjoying all these technologies that make from our life easier. Comprehensive, clean, and that is the vision that has been made. We have these three conventions: climate change, biodiversity, deforestation, and now, as you all know, this idea that we would have zero emissions, zero discharges, zero waste, zero deforestation, or zero loss of biodiversity. And that road, that's where we are. But before that vision, we had other visions. We had the one that was approved in 2015 before the Paris Agreement, the objectives of sustainable development. And this is the last summary of what was published on how we have accomplished those objectives of sustainable development in the richest countries in the planet. And we live in North America, in the richest countries in the world. We are not doing things well. And the goals, the indicators that we have for the objectives of sustainable development are not even the most basic. It's not circular economy or nature-based solutions. These are the objectives of eliminating poverty, of giving health and protection to all the human beings in the planet. These are the objectives in the environment of having clean water, clean air, no deforestation, no degrading the ecosystems the way we're doing it to prevent contamination. If we take one example, the one for plastics, and taking advantage that we have the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and if we look into it a little bit more, we can see that for 2025, for this year, we should have prevented and reduced in a very significant way marine contamination. And you know that this is not happening. We go a little bit deeper, and I'm going to use images from Duke Riley, who is a Marine who went fishing, and he would gather a lot of waste. So he decided to gather all that waste and to take it like the Marines used to do it before with the tooth from the sea lions. And now these are small art that we see in many museums. So, for example, he takes the plastic bottles and he takes that cream color, and then he makes old-fashioned drawings. And then he does these other drawings. And this is something that MacArthur published, and we were very scared. And that reality, which is becoming a risk for public health, the throwing away of plastics into the ocean, not only into the ocean, but the rivers, the land, the plastic becomes or is eroded until it becomes nanoparticles. And then it becomes, this year for the first time, it was determined how much plastic we have in our brains. And it's about a little spoon that we use in parties within our brains. And people who have dementia that dies prematurely has a larger amount of plastics in the brain than an average person. So that is the situation that scares us. And this implies that we have an urgency for action. Why do we have so much plastic? You know the process very well. In the 50s, after the Second World War, we standardized the plastics through oil, and the production is gigantic. And the plastic industry is the industry that is less regulated in the whole industrial sector. There's no environmental standard that prevents the production of plastics or the sector of plastics. This is a octopus. This is the first photograph of how much plastic is produced and how much plastic is recycled. This is the last. This is the last one in the order. This is 9%, and this is a circular economy. Why don't we create policies? Why don't we help industry to recycle plastic? Well, what product? What industrial product is recycled in the product? I'm sorry, what recycled product is recycled in the planet? You're going to think about aluminum because aluminum is the one that has the greatest value, and people fight for the aluminum cans. The aluminum at a global level, we recycle 45%. In the best case scenario of the Western civilization, we have only been able to recycle 45% of the aluminum. There are other countries that recycle 85%, but if we were successful in the policies being promoted by the Ellen MacArthur and the United Nations, if we would have an agreement, a plastic agreement, in the World Day of the Environment, then we had this fight against the plastics. If we would have this international agreement and industry can be regulated with regards to the amount of plastics that it produces. There's an NGO that says, okay, let's allow the plastic industry to produce only what they have discarded in the oceans, that human beings have discarded in the ocean. That would be a very beautiful regulation, like for industrial engineers like me. You cannot produce more oil until you produce or you have produced or discharged in plastics. That would be the first rule of circular in the plastic industry. And the industry, the plastic industry doesn't want to accept that. And this is the dilemma that we are facing right now, because to make the population aware, youth and ourselves, not to use plastics, not to discharge plastics, that doesn't take us to the solution of the problem. The solution of the problem is tremendous because of the problem that we have generated. So we have this data that has been published by the CEC that there is value in plastics. Plastics are completely recyclable. It's like paper. With paper, we're trying to promote a program. The people from Biopapel, have they left? We're trying to promote a program or a project for the Green Project Fund in order to have that circularity and to reduce carbon, because the paper fiber is very difficult, but plastic is bigger. We can recycle it thousands of times. So we should be recycling, and that economic value is not in the chain of the value chain of plastics. It's more difficult to produce new plastic than recycle it, to clean it, recycling in industrial terms. So what is the action? What should we do? All of us saw multiple actions. Some of our actions of soft policies, some are Harvard policies, new technologies, new ways of doing things, and others are awareness. Amelia, for example, told us of something that I'm going to go in depth in my presentation. She described a new world. There are things that are no longer the way they were. So when we talk about circular economy with solutions based on nature, nature-based solutions, and then we ask ourselves, what nature? Because climate change has caused modifications in the water cycles, in the existence of flora, fauna, and their quality. If we can talk about quality in living beings, the planet is not the same. This is an image of the problems in 2024. This is the Northern Hemisphere. The first emissions is because of the inclination of the planet. This is the hemisphere that has the greatest impact, and we are the part of the continent that has the greatest impact on climate change. We are very vulnerable. If not, just as the children that died in the Rio Guadalupe in Texas about 2 months ago. They died in 40 minutes. Nobody gave them notice when there should be early alert systems to give them the warning. I'm going to repeat that every single time in every conference, because all the climate change right that people have, if you're going to lose your life in the next 15, 20 minutes, that happened in Acapulco, that happened in the Rio Tula, and in the Rio Guadalupe, and the heat waves that went through Canada about 10 years ago, where thousands of senior citizens died because they didn't have an early warning system. So what is happening? We are getting warmer. So when we went to New Orleans after Katrina, and we went with JPAC. He had published before Katrina a book that was called "What Do We Know About Hurricanes?" And he published about hurricanes from the Chinese people until the current date. And he said, for every degree of temperature that the oceans have, you increase 25% of the hurricane, the speed of the hurricanes. And that's what happened since the Gulf of Mexico is a warm water, then Otis also got, the Pacific is now getting warmer, and it hit directly on New Orleans with hurricane winds that destroyed New Orleans. I'm going to show you an image later on of the solutions in New Orleans. But what is true is they asked Emmanuel, what is going to happen when we have 2 degrees more in temperature? We know that it's going to be more intense. And what's going to happen with the frequency? So he said, I don't know, I'm going to find out. And 5 years later, he responded with a paleoclimatic study. And the World Organization of Meteorology said that we're getting closer to a permanent Niño, and that existed 4 or 5 million years ago in the planet. So in the Biocene, we had that condition of permanent Niño, and the vegetation was different. The vegetation is going to be more boreal with regards to ecosystems, but also the configuration. This is a map developed for the Policeno, and the configuration of the planet was different. If you notice, the Peninsula de Baja California disappears, the Canal de Panama, but North America is going to be highly impacted by climate change. So if Emmanuel says things are not the same, yes, it's true. I'm sorry, if Amelia says things are not the same, it's true. We're getting close to a situation where the resiliency, this is the first map of resiliency, and we have how the ecosystems in Mexico, what we call the dry tropical, and this is the peninsula de Yucatan and the Pacific, and some ecosystems in North America, they have less resiliency. When we reach 2 degrees, they're not going to be the same ecosystems. So when we talk about solutions based on ecosystems or nature, then we have to rationalize this and say, okay, we are experiencing a new normality. This is an image of Green America. During the pandemic, she took pictures of people that identified with the environment, because this is the idea of what is going to be a society, a sustainable society. And here we have the mask of the pandemic. When we were in the pandemic, people would say, this is the new normal. We're going to live with masks covering our mouth and our mouth. So the extreme meteorological events and climate policies, I don't know if you can read it. I'm very close, but in climate policies and thematic actions, what we should have is a more comprehensive vision of the same, and to face that normality. That book cover of that publication of the UNESCO, I presented this 2 or 3 weeks ago, and this is a report that I prepared for UNESCO based in this new way of thinking. We have vulnerable communities that, even though they can have access to adaptation, to employment, green, to take advantage of renewable energy and to develop their own capabilities. They live in poverty. And I'm talking about Canada, the United States, and Mexico. More in Mexico than in the other two countries. But because of those extreme meteorological events, because of the unemployment that some climate policies are creating, they can be dragged not only to extreme poverty, but to a condition of human tragedy, like we saw in the massacre of the Tutsis and the Signia immigration. And people have to migrate. And you know what happens? There's abuse of every type, and gender is one of them. So when you have a tragedy, we try to recover, and this is called resiliency, our capability of resiliency. Brad Pitt helped the musicians in New Orleans. The members of the JPAC went to visit all these houses, and these houses were great. Why? Because there were platinum recycled materials, solar panels. And now the people from those houses are suing the foundation because they didn't consider the aspects. I liked Amelia's presentation because it was very eloquent. They didn't consider the local people. So now I was looking at the interviews of people who bought those houses, and they said, okay, to start with, when they showed me a house with flat ceilings, they said, it's not good for this climate. They should have an inclined roof. They are very sustainable, and some were very good and others were failed. So the nature-based solutions have to be inclusive. There has to be a menu in North America. My last work was this one, an action plan with regards to resiliency for climate neutrality in North America. And we were able to make in a collective manner this, which has to do, or this, what the CEC has to do. The 3 countries has to have a menu to allow us to adapt based on nature-based solutions or circular economy that would allow us to reduce, mitigate the human impact on the planet. So the idea is, for example, to use in a massive way vehicles of zero emissions.
It can be bicycles, electrical vehicles, or some trucks that are also electrical, but it has to be done massively. It cannot be an aspirational market, because Elon Musk thought that they would make a very expensive car, just like Louis Vuitton with an expensive bag or purse. That's not the right solution. It has to be a mass solution. Also with protection of biodiversity. Someone said that we had to create corridors along North America for circular economy. And it's the same. We need to have biological corridors and to avoid fragmentation or to reverse and regenerate ecosystems through connection and to achieve evolution of species through that ecological continuum that we should have. CEC produced, and we have Orlando among us, a great map of shared ecosystems. And we have fractured those. We need to revert that and to have a sort of like a fishbone that will take us to zero balance and resiliency to achieve that new paradigm. I'm going to wrap up with this photo. This is a solution from Tabasco, an intervention that is integral. We asked women why they did not leave when there were floods, and they said, how can I carry my children, my elders, and transport them if my husband is in the United States trying to send us money. That's why we die, because we don't know how to swim. And if we live with the soldiers, they may abuse us. So we created those little boats, like the ones in New Orleans, some for animals, some for children. And so those huts are a very good example of nature-based solutions. It's all natural material, and we achieve what's required at a rural level. Achieving this in a city is much more complicated. Thank you.
Gracias, Rodolfo. Thank you very much for your presentation. So we're going to start our open dialogue now, and I'm going to invite my fellow colleagues, JPAC members, to the stage. Before we begin the open dialogue, I'd like to launch our last poll of the day, which will produce the word cloud that will be presented at the end of our discussion. So look at that question here. What one word describes how we can build sustainable economies in North America? Okay. Great. We're all settled? Okay. So I believe I'll be receiving some questions that you're going to send directly here on my phone. But to kick us off, I think I'll turn to the room and see if we have any questions right away for folks who want to have access to a microphone and ask our JPAC and TEKEG members. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello. Hi, my name is Tammy. I am currently a student at Emory University studying human health and economics with a minor in data science. First off, I just wanted to say thank you so much for your time and thank you so much for the wonderful presentations. I've been learning so much and you've been so knowledgeable and educated in all of your respective fields. And yeah, just a quick thank you. But I also wanted to start off to say that one of the most important parts of my identity is that I am second generation. My family came here to the not here, we're in Mexico City right now, came to the United States. And I was born in the United States. And living under them, I lived in a multi-generational family, meaning I live with my parents and I live with my grandparents. And it's such an honor to be able to live with my grandparents because, well, my grandparents are the best and they make some of the best food. But I also grew up with a lot of canned food because we, as a family, were kind of running on the means to survive, especially in the United States, especially in the working class, where a lot of people live paycheck to paycheck. And when it comes to thinking about these sustainable solutions and environmental solutions, right? When it comes to thinking about that, they tend to be expensive for the average consumer, right? As a working class family, when you're going to the grocery store and you see $3 eggs versus eggs that are 3 times the price, but they are pasture raised and they are grade A quality. If you're going paycheck to paycheck, which one would you choose, right? For my family, it would be the first option because, well, we were living as a means to survive. And sometimes, not sometimes, but as we said before, and as people mentioned before, a lot of people do choose to support a lot of environmental, sustainable solutions, right? But to actually act on that as a consumer behavior, as I was actually shocked that it ranked second in terms of the poll earlier on how to improve these solutions, because at some point, when you're talking about economics, you have to think about that these families are making trade-offs, right? They want to support environmental sustainable solutions. They want to, but if it's going to cost, let's say, half a leg for a lot of these solutions even, to be mindful, to have the energy to think about it, right? Then, can you really blame them? Can you really blame the communities that sometimes find it hard to be able to enact on the things they believe in because they're just trying to survive. And so as a student, as part of the youth, and as a granddaughter, I just wanted to ask your opinions on how can we making these solutions more accessible to our communities? How can we make, let's say, products or corporations have more access and accessibility so these communities don't have to make harder trade-offs to be environmentally sustainable? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And I think we all feel it in our bones, what you said. And I think it touches on lots of topics, food security being one, the across the board access to not only safe, but also clean food. And that's also a global issue, obviously, that crosses borders, not just here, not in Canada, not just in the USA. So thank you for the genuine sharing of that and your history dealing with that. And I'm going to turn to my colleagues to see if they have any reflections.
No, it's very thoughtful. And I think that is the challenge of thinking about how to work with this within the economic system that most of us live under, which has its own issues that have been discussed today in terms of driving extractive and consumer products and like. But when you're talking about staples and things people live for, I think it really depends on where you are. I mean, I have the luxury of being from California, where California has subsidized a lot of things, like huge fight right now over solar and solar pricing, where in the beginning of a new thing, whether it's electric vehicles or solar, there have been subsidies and benefits to try and get folks to buy them, largely affluent first, which then drives the market, which then drives down the price. Energy is probably the place this has been most successful, at least in California, where the prices of solar and wind have like plummeted to where they're much cheaper than fossil fuels, for example. That would be an example of policy interventions by the state, which have made things more affordable over time, or currently in changing the pricing mechanisms in a way that's really difficult. Food, I think we have a long way to go to do that when you think about food being so basic to people. But we don't have as much intervention in that market other than in subsidizing through our social welfare policies. But there have been, certainly in California, advantages to organic farmers and things like that, but there needs to be much more. So thinking more holistically about how to get people what they need is something that unfortunately devolves into politics more than one would like it to, because they are basic human needs. In California, we actually are the only state in the country, in the US, where we actually subsidize the operation and maintenance of drinking water systems, in addition to billions of dollars in building those systems for those among us who don't have it. And the entity that I used to work with over the past 10 years has actually gotten clean water to 900,000 people who didn't have it before the human right to water was passed. But that actually takes the political will of the given institution. Just to say, it can happen, but it's not easy and it can take quite a long time.
I just want to add a comment to what the young lady said. Coming from Canada, something interesting, living in the Arctic, is I relate to what you're saying, because you wouldn't believe the cost of basic food. We're not even talking about pasture-raised eggs and organic stuff. We're talking about basic milk and anything in between that costs $10 when, you know, in Toronto, Montreal, or Ottawa, it probably costs $2. So there is a divide, and it's only getting wider and wider across the regions, but also access to quality food. And that, I think that's a very broad topic. I don't know if anybody else wants to jump in and provide some insights before we turn to have an online question here to ask the group as well. Okay, I'll ask the next question and then we'll go back to the audience here. So I have a question from Solomon Adefolu, and his question is, how can North America deliver the continent's carbon emission reductions in nature-based solution through Indigenous people participation? It's true that we talked a lot about circular economy. We talked a lot about access to a clean environment, and that touches on clean air and the reduction of greenhouse gas emission across the continent, across North America. Anybody wants to share some insights on that? Is the translation working? No translation? Am I speaking too fast? No? Okay. Okay. Okay, as we fix this, anybody wants to reflect? Felicia, you had your hand raised. Do you want to say?
Yeah, I don't want to do too much talking, so I'll use all my letters early and then shut up.
Go ahead.
I think there are promising steps, though a long way to go on there. If you look at a number, both the national government through the previous administration, and hopefully it will return in this one, has invested a lot of money, for example, as ecological forest management. And part of the drivers through the Forest Service, part of the driver and a couple of the infrastructure laws we had that send money to states and elsewhere has been a combination of the climate need and the multiple benefits of protecting life and limb, and there are some assorted water and other ecological benefits to doing ecological forest management to manage forests in their more natural state, as opposed to the overgrown forests from plantation management and overzealous fire reduction efforts that have created this buildup of forest fuels that create these conflagrations that now emit more carbon than fossil fuels worldwide. And in 2019, the IPCC issued a report saying, unless we deal with these land-based emissions, we're toast. We won't make it. One of the interesting things, and I'm just in California, I'm not saying California is better because it's worse on some things, but you haven't asked me any questions about that. I can list them, at a bar later so that I'm not saying California is best, but California has made some real strides in working with indigenous communities in terms of making it easier, I won't get into all the details, to do the cultural and prescribed burns that tribes have been doing from time immemorial, watching all the while over the past 100 years as we've mismanaged our forests. And California has done a lot to help tribes be able to recover their lands, to manage their lands, to restore meadows and wetlands, bringing back beavers and the like. It's in its infancy, but it's encouraging because the respect takes time and takes relationships, but there's some pretty big examples of that in that forestry and meadow restoration arena.
Thank you, Felicia. Octaviana?
I think another point to be made is that Indigenous peoples, Native Americans have been organizing around land back for their traditional lands to be returned back to them so that they can actually manage the land with their lifeways and their knowledge, traditional ecological knowledge.
Yeah,
that's right.
Very good point. I'll add one last layer to that question. And again, we're going from California to the Canadian Arctic. So I think you're getting a pretty big breadth of a good spectrum of insights. I'm working on renewable projects, renewable energy projects in particular. And the way we are, I think, including some of those nature-based solutions from an Indigenous perspective is that Inuit own those projects. They're not just partnering with the federal government or with private sector companies. They are the 100% owners of those assets. And we're talking, one of them are small, or some of them are small, wind projects, solar farms, but we're also building a major transmission line between Nunavut and Manitoba. That's a multi-billion-dollar project, and that's 100% Inuit owned. So there are opportunities, but I think the framework is not there. The analytical framework to understand those projects, what it does in terms of greenhouse gas emission reductions, the pathways to self-determination, it's going to be a long road. Please.
Buenas tardes. Soy Carlos Pailles.
Good afternoon. I'm Carlos Pailles, hydraulic engineer. that head the environmental trusts funds in Mexico. And for more than 5 years, we have been working very close with the CEC because our trust was promoted in different agencies from the United Nations. And they, 5 years ago, they sent to us a study sponsored by the CEC regarding the supply market, which is the largest market of vegetables in the in the world. It's the largest market of fruits and vegetables in the world, and it moves 39,000 tons of food on a daily basis. It's the largest market in the world. In the intervention and from the support of the CEC, we already developed a program for the Central de Abastos or the market, but one of every 3 kilos that arrive to the Central de Abastos is wasted. This is something very surprising. We began with a cooperation with them, with our own resources. And the director at that time, a person who was very capable and a lot of commitment, Dr. Marcela Villegas, told us, okay, that's good that you're here, but since you are specialists in water management for agriculture, solve this problem. Just in the washing of potatoes, we are discharging 2 million gallons of water on a daily basis because of the inertia that exists. Then we have to eradicate. We started working, and in 3 months, having studied certain technologies of high water recovery that have been implemented, we put the first water and recovery treatment plant accomplishing 95% of recovery. In the second one, 97%. And then we had a change in administration in the federal government, and they promoted the doctor to a position in Pemex because she was very close to Dr. Sheinbaum, and the person that took her place hasn't understood very well this issue because she stopped it completely. And now, fortunately, with the intervention of Marcela, we spoke a little while ago with Antonia, and I forgot the name. The other person, Jose, I think she said, and we already exchanged documents in order to find a connection, in order to recover this situation of progress that is blocked. Being in that situation, obviously, we saw the arrival of agricultural products, and the greatest source comes from Xochimilco. Xochimilco, maybe you already know, Xochimilco, been there by many of you, represents the greatest example of the indigenous knowledge because it was established 800 years ago by people who coming from the area of Tula, established in Tenochtitlan, in the south side of Tenochtitlan, and they developed being very close to nature, a process that is called chinampa, where the soil and the floating vessels allow water for the growth of vegetables, and it comes in natural capillarity to the corresponding growth. And talking, and more than talking, exchanging complete times. We are receiving, we have a residency in Xochimilco, and we discovered something terrible, that more than 70% of the hydrological natural capacity has disappeared. And if we continue like this, in 15 years, Xochimilco will be dried as it was dried in April, because an operator of the valve didn't pay attention and they dried Xochimilco. Under those circumstances, we have more than 15 representatives in the different areas where they operate in Xochimilco. I have with me, he's not a hydraulic engineer, but he knows more about hydraulics than I do. This is one of the agriculture's directors. In 6-7 minutes, I'm going to tell you what we want you to guide us in a very brief manner. We submitted this in memory, but it could not be translated. So this is why we're using this ultra primitive method. They arrived 800 years ago, and the Spaniards, differently from the mistake made of drying the Lake of Texcoco, they did recover, or they took advantage of the advantages of Xochimilco, because it was a source of food. We had the War of Independence, and then we continue receiving from the canals. I, that I'm only 84 years old, I still saw in the streets of Roldan 60 years ago boats with vegetables to downtown Mexico City. And in 1901, President Porfirio Diaz, making some studies of the growing demand of housing in Mexico, they constructed the aqueduct of Xochimilco to Mexico, and it had a capacity of 7 cubic meters per second. People who do not know the hydraulics, it represents that every three seconds, it's a pipe, a water container, a water truck per second. And here, for example, we have water because they're taking water from over there. This is a principle of inequality and imbalance. And in 1987, the United Nations, through UNESCO, declares Xochimilco a patrimony of humanity, natural patrimony and natural heritage. But it seems that that was unfortunately the beginning of the drying of Xochimilco, because it brought a lot of tourists, and they said, okay, beautiful Xochimilco, let's go and live over there. Under those circumstances, like I said a little while ago, we lost 70% of the hydrological capacity, and it has lost levels. The tourist area has been operating, but as the first people who lived there had the interest of inviting the Inca kings to come to Mexico, and the current levels, this unbalanced levels, are from 3 to 6 meters. Under those circumstances, we elaborated in collaboration very closely with the farmers, a proposal of circular economy, where the first thing that we would do would have to have water controls. We don't know how much water is in Xochimilco. Going through a water quality control Water for agriculture is not potable water. It's water which is rich in natural nutrients, and with an blind application of the treatment, either decreases production or cancels it completely. UNESCO has asked 7 times, and they have an intervention by CEC that has the capacity, because when we made the declaration in 1987, Mexico City was administered by the federal government, and the connections established with the federal government were with the federal government, not with the government of the Mexico City. But since they're in the same party, they are ignoring this. We have a positive contact with the Secretariat of Semarnat, and I hope that a little bit later on, I will see Camila, which is the alternate representative, so that we can overcome this and have a management plan and apply it in a pilot form with regards to the data of water extraction that we have. Like I said, because of the matter of the Central de Abastos, or the market, to have the elimination of wastewater, to eliminate wastewater, and the treatment plants for agricultural use. Also, through United Nations, our trusts are something that should be important to know. When in 1997, they summoned us, Brazil and the United Nations, and they made the decision of treatment plants, which are called decentralized for agricultural use in combination with the local communities. We were able to accomplish between 2001 and 2012 to triple the number of treatment plants in the country of Mexico. We went from 1,200 to 3,600. And the most important thing, we have been monitoring and supporting what has been shown here, who are indigenous communities. 87% of those that continue operating are being operated by the communities. Of those who have been given to the municipalities, only 13% continue operating. This is proof that because of a decree, nothing can be accomplished. From there, we have the technified irrigation systems and collection centers for the washing and packaging of vegetables, because we discovered that, for example, in the parcela, when we arrived, there was a container with lettuce. They bought it at 3 pesos per lettuce, the head of lettuce. We toured, and the company, a chain of important food distribution chain, they paid 12 pesos to the 4th intermediary, or the 12% to the 3rd person. So in a very brief manner, in each one of these activities, this is a pilot plan to show what can be done, or more than anything else, to correct any issues, to put measurement of the canals. There's a local agency which is called the Commission of Natural Resources and the Rights for Rural Development, and we are proposing that pilot program. You put half and we'll put half, $46,000, in order to put 60 measurement sites. The surface of Xochimilco are 20,000 hectares. This is a very large amount. Unfortunately, we have the only system in the country of Mexico to measure the quality of wastewater in situ, with electronic measurement. And through laboratories, we are able to accomplish something closer, but 90 days later. These are obtained simultaneously. And this is the equipment that we have. And then we would have the elaboration of a management plan, the enforcement of the management plan. And if we only reduce 1% of the water that is being sent to Mexico City, the level of water would increase 1.5 meters. So the current secretary of water management in Mexico City is very open to this situation. And he told us, if you give me recommendation from CEC, this panorama would be completely in our favor. And this is the last page. This is the type of water recovery that we invested in the Central de Abastos or the market. We already have some, and we would have treatment plants, water treatment plants for agricultural use. And this is one of the 250 that we built in the country, the water recovery and the technified irrigation systems and the collection centers, so that the farmers, the producers, could be the ones that would benefit and not the third parties. This is a proposal that I value. I value the opening that you have given us, and every type of observations and recommendations that you could make to the committee would be very important. I would only like to thank you for your attention.
Muchísimas gracias. It takes a lot of courage and determination to give such a thorough presentation. Thank you for doing that. We're talking about water management. We're talking about integrated resource management. We're talking about what's been happening in Mexico, in Mexico City as well over the years. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time. Thank you for bringing your material. Is there anything that we can do to support you? Is there anything you want to ask the JPAC or the expert group here?
Well, my main question could be, following your experience, following your point of view, if you consider that this is a positive proposal, do that recommendation to the committee of the public forum in order to produce a support document for us.
Thank you. Gracias. Any reaction from our group here on what we just heard and also on the path forward to support that kind of initiative? Okay, Esteban.
Gracias, Ann. Buenas tardes. Creo que
Good afternoon.
esta propuesta
And
nos han presentado
well, I think
muestra
that this
cómo
proposal
los sistemas
shows
tradicionales, los
how
ecosistemas
traditional
practicados
systems
desde hace muchos años
that have been practiced
están
for a
vigentes.
long time are
Estamos
still
todavía a tiempo de
valid, and
conservarlos.
we're
Realmente
time
vivimos
to
una
preserve
crisis
them. We're
civilizatoria. La
experiencing
parte ambiental nos
a
muestra
crisis, and
la emergencia
the environment
ambiental
is
que hay que
showing
tomar
the
acciones.
emergency
Y bueno,
and the
yo quisiera
urgency
hablar
to
por
take action. I'd like to
el área que
speak
trabajo, que es
on
el
behalf
café.
of the
El
area that I
café es
work
un
on, which is
producto
coffee growing.
commodity, un genérico.
Coffee is a commodity,
Lamentablemente es
and
voluble.
unfortunately, it is
Generalmente las grandes
voluble.
empresas manejan este mercado
And
de forma
companies
especulativa. Sin embargo,
are
los modelos
speculative
agroalimentarios
about it.
productivos
But the models,
están
the
produciendo
production
café
models
en Brasil,
that we
en
have are
Vietnam, sin
producing
sombra, sin
coffee
árboles.
without a
El café es un
shadow.
cultivo umbrófilo
And coffee requires
Fíjense que el
the
café
shadow.
llegó de África a México y se
And
estableció hace
coffee came from
220 años.
Africa, and it was
Fue
established 200 years
por
ago.
los
It was
campesinos y
practiced by
principalmente
the
los
farmers.
indígenas de este país. El 70% de la producción de café.
70% of
Y
coffee
estos
production was done like
productores
this. And so
han
these
desarrollado un
farmers have
sistema de sombra
developed
diversa,
a
un sistema
system of
agroforestal,
diverse
un bosque.
a
Y esto ha
forest.
permitido
And
que
so this has
se produzca
allowed
café en pequeñas cantidades,
produce coffee in
pero
small
que
amounts,
además los productores
but
puedan
also for
obtener
producers to be able
diversos
to get
productos, alimentos
different
para su
products
consumo,
and food
para el
for
intercambio e
consumption,
incluso para la
for
venta.
exchange, and even
Sí.
for sale.
Hoy en día el precio del café se fue a las nubes el año pasado.
The coffee price
El precio de las 100 libras
gone
se cotizó
very
a más de
high,
$400.
up to
Ahora bajó
$400.
y se
Now it
estima
is
que se
a
prevé que
bit
para el año
less, but
2050
it is
el café
estimated
Arabica,
that by
que es el de mayor
2050,
calidad
the
del
Arabica
mundo,
coffee, which is the
pueda
most consumed,
más
can
de
be
la mitad de la
extinguished
producción.
at least
Sin embargo,
50%
se
of its
prevé
production.
que
However, it
el
is
consumo,
estimated
que
that the
actualmente es de
consumption,
70 millones de
which is
sacos,
currently 70
para el
million
año 2050 puede ser de 300, porque el
by
café le está
2050, it
gustando a
can be
los asiáticos,
300,
¿sí? Ya no el té.
because Asians are also
Entonces,
liking
imagínense,
coffee
¿y
over
qué va a
than
pasar?
tea. So
Sí,
imagine what's
necesitamos
going to
acabar
happen.
con el Amazonas para
We
poder
would
seguir
have to
disfrutando el café.
deplete
O aprendemos de estos sistemas, como es el
Amazonian,
caso de los pequeños
we can continue
productores,
to enjoy
que
it.
están regalando al mundo un
Small
sistema de
producers are giving
producción
away
diverso.
a
Conservan
diverse
recursos
system that
naturales,
preserves
vitales
natural
y
resources,
ambientales,
and
y
it
creo que hace
provides several
falta esta mirada.
environmental
Sin embargo,
services.
pues
So we
también
need
tenemos
to
que
take
ver
another
que sea
look,
un
and we
mercado
need to see
justo,
that this
porque
will be
normalmente
a
menos
fair
del
market,
10% de la
because less
riqueza
than
de esos
10%
productos se queda
of
en el país
what comes
y
from those
menos del
products
4%
stays
se
in
queda
our
en los pequeños
product,
productores.
and less than
Y esto
4%
pues también es un esquema
is given
para
to farmers.
dignificar la vida en el campo, ¿no?
So we need
Creo
to
que
dignify
hay muchas
living
posibilidades si con una mirada
at
diferente
the
vemos la
countryside. So
producción, ¿no? Que han
of course,
desarrollado
this
esta
system
producción campesina e
that
indígena,
has
¿no?
been
Y
developed
vaya, el café es
by
uno de
the
los productos,
indigenous
pero está el cacao, está la
communities.
vainilla,
Well, we have
está la
coffee, but
milpa,
also
¿no? La
vanilla,
miel, en fin, una
milpa,
serie de productos
honey,
que hay que
so many
rescatar
products that we
y pueden
need
ser el
to
futuro,
rescue and that
para tener
can
una
be
vida
the
digna,
future,
como decía el padre Franz van der
to
Hoef,
have a
sí,
dignified
el
life,
creador del comercio
as
justo
Mr. Van der
en
Hoef
México,
said,
poder
the
tener
creator
una pobreza
of
digna, ¿no? Porque realmente el
fair
modelo actual
trade,
nos va a llevar al
because the
colapso.
current model will
Gracias.
lead us to collapse. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, pues realmente felicito al
Hello, everyone.
ingeniero.
I'd like to congratulate
Mi micrófono, ¿verdad? Mi micrófono. Bueno, felicito pues esa iniciativa que está encabezando.
I'd like to congratulate him for that initiative.
Lo que más, bueno, reconozco es esa
And what I
fusión
see and
estar
I
trabajando de
recognize
la mano
is
con los
the
campesinos,
possibility to
con
work
los
hand in
productores del
hand
área
with
de
the
Xochimilco,
farmers
porque creo que
from the
en este tema
Xochimilco region,
el agua en esta región,
because
o
water
sea,
in this region,
realmente cuando pensamos en Xochimilco,
normally
pensamos
when we
nada
think
más en el
about
turismo que
Xochimilco,
llega, en las
we only
trajineras,
think
en
about
todo la
tourism
caída que pudiera
and
significar
trajineras
para
and
la
what this
economía de este
could
lugar.
cause
Sin
to the
embargo,
economy of
como
that region. However,
mi distancia geográfica a la Ciudad de México,
due to
estar en
its
el
proximity
sureste,
to
nos llegan
Mexico City,
imágenes de que en
we can
Xochimilco
see
pues
some
hay una
images that in
producción también
Xochimilco
muy
there's
intensa de la
very
agricultura,
intense
de todas las flores, de todo lo
farming,
que nos llega en el sureste,
production
pero también
of
parte de nuestra
flowers,
producción viene
but
de esa
also
región. O sea, que es una
many of the things
lucha
that we get here come from that region.
perder
So
todo ese
what would
recurso
that mean
hídrico
to
que está
lose
en una
all of that
región
water
que
in a region
podría colapsar?
that could
Entonces, realmente yo creo
collapse?
que la Comisión para la
I
Cooperación
think that
Ambiental
the
estamos,
CEC
bueno, en este caso nosotros colegas, pudiéramos también apuntalar su
our
iniciativa
colleagues could
de tal
support
manera que
your
pueda,
initiative
pueda tener ese
so
respaldo,
you can feel that support
encabezado también junto con los productores que
together with the
están trabajando de la
farmers.
mano. Pues muchas felicidades y
So first of all,
vamos a seguir
congratulations,
también colaborando y
and we
trabajando
hope to be able
juntos
to
en la
collaborate,
región como, y aquí tan apreciada como en todas las regiones de México y del mundo,
working with
como es el agua.
such a precious resource as water.
Thank you both for that. Oh, Luis Alfonso, go ahead.
Hola. Bueno, creo que en realidad lo que se nos
I think
presenta
that
es
what we're
algo
facing
aparentemente pequeño
is something that seems
comparado
small
con todo el
compared
contorno y con todas las implicaciones que
with
tiene la
every
gran ciudad y la
implication
emergencia
of the
urbana.
big
Pues
city.
el tema del manejo
So
y suministro de agua a la gran
water
ciudad, pues yo creo que
management and supply for
obviamente que lo que sucede es que
this large city, what ends up happening is that
arrastra
it
todo esto, ¿no?
drags
Y con ese
many
valor
other
tangible para
things.
haberlo
With
presentado de esta manera,
the
lo que
courage
nos
it
está
took
diciendo
to
en
present
realidad
this
es
way,
que
what this is
pues
telling
hay
us
que haber
is that we should have
alguna recomendación
at least a
concreta
recommendation, a concrete
de
recommendation
la parte de la CCA
from the CEC
respecto
with regards
a ver todo el problema integral
to the
en el que está
whole
inmersa
issue,
las
the
cuencas
whole problem,
que
including
abastecen de agua a la
the
gran ciudad,
basins that
tomando
supply
como punto
this
de
city's
referencia que
water,
alguien ha tenido
taking as a reference that someone
el
had
espacio para presentarlo aquí,
this
pero el
the
problema en
courage and
realidad
the
es
space
todo el
to
manejo de
present,
las cuencas
but the issue is
que
basin
captan y
management,
producen
the
agua que
basins that
llegan a la
are
ciudad.
getting
Y
the
eso
water
requiere
and
un
supplying the
enfoque
water to the
de gran
city.
visión
And this requires
regional,
a broad
porque eso es lo que está
regional
afectando no solamente
vision,
aquí,
because
seguramente
this
hay
is
más puntos
affecting
como
not
este.
only
Entonces
this
creo que es algo
city,
que
but
se ha escuchado
probably
inclusive ya en
different
algunos
places. And we
de
have
los
heard
discursos de
this
política.
in
Lo que se
many
están hablando
political
aquí es que
speeches,
pues, hay que pasar más a la
but
acción.
what's being said here is that we need to go into action.
Thank you, Luis Alfonso. So it's incredible, but we are getting to the end of this session and the end of the open dialogue. But before we wrap up, I would like to invite the members of our traditional ecological knowledge expert group to please join us on the stage. And I would also like Danielle to please come on the stage. And I'll pass the microphone over to you, Kathy. Thank you. Let's welcome them onto the stage, please.
So where will we stand, Danielle? Right there? Stand, Danielle? Would you mind standing there for us?
Over here?
Right there. Right there. Good. So the life of a CEC executive director is 3 years. And within that time, the CEC director has to work tirelessly, has to listen, has to study, and try to move all of the issues forward that the public has brought to our attention. And Daniel is one of those leaders that as the door is closing, he will throw himself in front to block the door open so you can get in. He has been a tremendous support for the TEKG and I think also for JPAC. And we have a small gift that we would like to give him from both JPAC and the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Expert Group. This is a piece of traditional beadwork from the Cree peoples in Canada. It has depicted the medicine wheel, which is the cosmology of the Indigenous peoples, representing the four sacred elements, colors, the directions, and we hope it will be a guidance to you in your future.
Pues a nombre de personal, porque creo que vamos a hablar todas, pues
Personal level,
quiero decirle que
because I think
fue
we
un gran
will
aliado,
speak, I want
es
to
un gran
say that
aliado.
you're a great ally.
El venir de territorio, el venir de una
Coming
visión comunitaria,
from
ambiental, creo que
an
hace la diferencia.
environmental
Y esa empatía y esa
action
apertura y ese
arena makes a
escucha,
difference.
creo que hizo
Being able to
de
listen,
su
I think that you have
administración
made your
realmente
administration
el cambio
a true
de
change
poner en la mesa
in
y dentro
putting
de cada una de las
on the
acciones
table and
que
in
llevó a
each
cabo la
of your
CESA en su
of the
mandato,
actions that
pues el
CEC
tema
did.
indígena en la mesa.
You
Creo
put
que no podía
indigenous
ser de otra
matters on the
manera,
table.
viniendo de una
It
activista
could not be
ambiental, lo cual
it
está
could
en una
not be
cosecha y deseo
different coming
que
from an
a donde vaya y
environmentalist. And I
donde
wish that
esté,
wherever you go,
seguramente tendrá éxito por
you
la
will
visión,
succeed.
la
And I'm sure that
percepción de
this will
vida
happen because
y el
of your way of
corazón
life
y el
and the
alma que pone en cada una de sus
soul
actividades.
and the heart that you
Gracias.
put in each of your activities. Thank you.
Daniel uses his best abilities
Daniel usa sus mejores
to help
capacidades
all of us.
y sus
There's a
mejores
saying
habilidades
in
para
your
ayudarnos
tribe,
a
the Northern
todos nosotros.
Cheyenne, the
Hay un
Teguistas,
dicho de los
that says only
Chayán,
the
perdón, que
stones
dice,
stay
solamente
on
las
the earth
piedras
forever.
se quedan en la
Use your
tierra para
best
siempre.
abilities.
Usa tus
And
mejores
this is what
habilidades.
Daniel has helped us do,
Eso es lo que nos
through
ayudó
our
a hacer
knowledge,
Daniel.
traditional knowledge of
Mover
the
y
indigenous
usar nuestro
people
conocimiento tradicional
into
de los
the
pueblos
CEC.
indígenas,
We've tried to
meterlo a la CCA.
institutionalize it.
Hemos tratado de
And it's been a
institucionalizarlo
long
y ha
effort.
sido
We're
un
volunteers.
esfuerzo muy
We have
largo. Somos
jobs, our
voluntarios.
own work, our
Tenemos
own
nuestros
communities,
trabajos,
families,
nuestras
but we
comunidades, nuestras
volunteer for
familias,
this.
pero hacemos
And it's
este
been a
trabajo de manera
long
no
journey.
voluntaria y ha sido un
And
viaje
with
muy
Daniel's
largo.
support, we finally come into a balance where our knowledge is welcomed. We feel that it's honored, and we hope that it continues to move forward in solutions. And we wish Daniel the very best as he moves on in his next journey. Thank you.
Dentro de nuestras comunidades
Within
indígenas,
our indigenous
obtener un
communities,
regalo de este tipo es un privilegio.
getting
No
a
es
present
un
like this
regalo que
is
se
a
le da a
privilege.
cualquier
This is
persona,
not given to
sino
just
antes ver
anyone
su trabajo, ver qué ha hecho,
without looking at that person's
cómo
work
ha
and how they
impactado
have done
esto
it and how this
en la
has
vida de
impacted
nosotros como
on
indígenas.
our lives as
Y es un
indigenous
regalo
peoples.
que lo
And this
llevará
is a
por el
present
tiempo que usted
that
decida,
you shall
el tiempo que
carry
usted
for as
quiera.
long as you
Va
want.
con mucho amor, con mucho cariño de
It
los
carries a
pueblos
lot of
indígenas,
love
de
from
esta
the indigenous
comisión,
peoples,
junto con
from
el
this
grupo
commission,
de TEKEG,
and also together with the
y de
TEK
JPAC,
experts
perdón.
group
Y creo
and the
que
JPAC.
es un honor trabajar con
It is
usted
an
a su
honor
lado,
to
el
work
poder implementar
beside you
cosas y
and to be
acciones
able to implement
en beneficio de la
actions for the
ecología,
benefit
en
of
beneficio de este
ecology
planeta y en
of this
beneficio de
planet
todos mis hermanos indígenas.
and
Le
of my
deseo
indigenous brothers and
donde lo
sisters.
lleve
I
el
wish
dador de
you
la vida,
that
sea el
wherever
lugar donde tenga
life
que estar,
creator
porque
takes
no lo va
you,
a poner en otro lugar que no pueda
that
estar,
you
sino lo va a poner
can rest
donde
assured
se
that you
necesita.
will be where you
Gracias,
have to
María
be,
Amelia.
where you are needed. Thank you.
All right, I think in the interest of time, I'm going to invite everyone to step down from the stage and we'll offer some concluding remarks. But I have Octaviana who wants to say a few words.
10 years ago at Yellowknife, Canada, the three parties, Canada, United States, and Mexico, adopted the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Expert Group 10 years ago. When I first became chair of JPAC, and it was the first year Jorge Daniel became the executive director, I can attest So can Felicia and Bob. They have more years than I have on JPAC. That JPAC has always been there to support TEKEG, and there was greater advocacy even before I came to JPAC. But Jorge Daniel and the staff has really helped us in indigenizing the CEC. Muchas gracias. Dios en Chocotesia. Bonjour. Merci. Thank you.
Thank you, Octaviana. There's a lot to say. 3 years is not nearly enough to cover all the issues that there are to do at the CEC, but we look forward to continuing working with you, Danielle, and following you on journey. All right. So before we get into the closing remarks here, I'd like to share the results of the final poll that we did just before the open dialogue and the word cloud in particular in the results. There we go. So what is one word that describes how we can build sustainable economies in North America? We had many different words, but I think collaboration, respect, cooperation, alliances are words that have been chosen by many of you, and I couldn't agree more. As we conclude the day here, I would like to thank the JPAC members, our invited speakers, and the public, and of course also the members of the TEK expert group. Everyone who was here in person, online, thank you for participating in our meeting. Your feedback is absolutely critical for us and will assist us in providing our recommendations to the Council. So please continue to engage with us. We want to hear from you. I would also like to thank, and I would like you to join me in thanking the interpreters. Please, a round of applause for them. We speak too fast, we're too passionate, and you're very patient with us. So thank you very much. I'd like also to thank the AV staff over there. Please, round of applause. Lots of presentation to queue up, all the polls, everything had to be coordinated, and they did a stellar job. Well done. Thank you to you. And of course, I want to extend a warm thank you to the CEC staff. Marcella, Samantha, Karina, Danielle, all of you who've been running around. I see you. I've been seeing you all day. You've been busy, and we couldn't do this without you. You work tirelessly to carry the mandate of this organization. You're passionate people. You're wonderful human beings, and we are so grateful to be working with you. So thank you. Tomorrow we start again at 9:30 local time for the CEC presentation panel that's titled From Design to Action, Exploring CEC's Trinational Work on Environmental Sustainability. And at 2 p.m. local time, we will have the official council public meeting, which will center on the nexus between circular economy and nature-based solutions in North America. So please join us for those dialogues. We're looking forward to welcoming you again tomorrow. And again, for you who are here in person, we encourage you to stick around for a little bit longer. There's a networking event now and visibility space located exactly next door. So please grab your things, walk a few steps across the hallway here, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Over there. Okay, thank you very much, and see you tomorrow.